How about now? How about now? Been talking for 6 minutes and y'all can't hear me. Can you hear me now? Okay. Whew. Thank God. I'm sitting here yapping away. Nobody can hear nothing. Yapping away. Nobody could hear nothing. And all of a sudden I look and it jumps from like 5 people down to one. And I'm like, oh my God. Everybody's left. Is YouTube playing tricks on me? Sherry, I even asked you what you were putting in your breakfast quesadilla. I want to know because that sounds so yum. I'm just having my coffee over here all by myself. Room full of people. Nobody can hear me. Mm-mm-mm. Hey, Miss P. Lola. Hey, girl. Don't you love how YouTube has all of a sudden changed everybody's names to their handles? Like, what's up with that? Good morning. Lurking and saying, hey, y'all. I sounded like Paula Dean just then. Hey, y'all. Okay. So, we are going to do a little bit of a recap today on this trial. Have you guys been watching this boyfriend, missing boyfriend trial? Because I've been trying to catch up on it. And I know that there is no body, right? But I fully believe this man is gone. Super sad. Hold on. I'm going to share. I think this is the right one. Okay. Yeah, this is it. And I made a few timestamps and then I got busy and was listening and then forgot to continue making timestamps. So let's see what timestamps I've got for day one and for day two. Let me see. Yeah, and Gail said that about early burly, and I said, the early bird gets the worm. That I talked about how I'd already been busy this morning. I got all kinds of work done this morning. Took my shower. I've got a doctor's appointment later today. It's just for my thyroid. My thyroid blood work came back, and you know how you can use like your like little medical file app. Well, I went and got my blood work, and literally before I got home, it was already on my phone telling me, "Hey, good morning, Mary Lou." It was already telling me that my thyroid level was still high. So when I go to see the doctor today, she's going to increase my medicine. I'm sure of it. So, again, sausage, peppers, onions, refried black beans, eggs, and cheese. Oh my God. That sounds so good, Sherry. I want one. I want one. Sausage, peppers, onion, refried black beans, eggs, and cheese. Oh my God, that sounds so good. Make my shoulders move. Yum. Everybody, let's run over to breakfast to have breakfast with Sherry this morning. Let's go have breakfast with Sherry. How are you doing, Mary Lou? How are you feeling, ma'am? Let me go ahead and share this screen with y'allins. Make it bigger. Now, we watched the opening statements for this trial the other day. But put your hand in the air, raise your hand, or say me or something if you have been watching this trial. If you've been watching this one, let me know. It looks like a good one. Another one where they have a really good, like the last one we watched, the Maxwell Anderson, where they had tons and tons and tons and tons of surveillance video of him. It's the same situation here, where there's tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of surveillance. And a lot of other random things, like the dude calls the credit card company for the defendant's name is Christopher Davis, and the victim's name is Barry Schmalbach. And the defendant, Christopher, is running all over town trying to withdraw money out of the victim's credit card, and calls the credit card company and everything, trying to act like Barry, and, like trying to figure out why the card's locked or something. I can't remember. But anyway, he calls, and then there's there's one witness who's the neighbor that lived in the condo under Barry, who heard stuff the night that Barry goes missing. And yeah, so lots of good stuff. So I figured we could watch parts and pieces of it. The investigator that comes up, I forget his name, he's on a couple of different times in day 1 and 2, and his was really good. His stuff that he shows, the surveillance that the prosecution shows, is really good. So anyway, I wanted to get started with this. I don't know that we need to watch her opening statements again. We can watch the defense's opening statements. They're kind of brief. And I'll say too, the prosecutor, if you remember watching her opening statement, the one standing here, as soon as she comes up to the podium, she slams some book on the podium like 3 times and says, "No, no." And that's supposed to have been the last things that were heard from Barry, is the fight apparently between them. And when the defense gets up there to do hey Morgana, when the defense gets up there to do his opening statement, he's just kind of rather humdrum, like he's reading the newspaper. I mean, there's no emotion or anger or anything, coming out of him. So kind of weird. I'm like, if you're going to get up there and defend me, I want you to defend me. Don't get up there and just lollygag. That tells me he knows in my opinion, he knows his client is guilty. Hold on just a second, y'all. I gotta, I hear children. I don't know which child it is. Hold on just a second. Jolie is still asleep. She was up late last night. She's still sleeping, but she should be up any time. Morgana the damsel. I know. I love Morgana's name. Diamond painting damsel. All right, let me fast forward it real quick to, there he is. There's the prosecution.
Time and attention thus far. I ask that you.
Oh, and while I play this, I have to run some packages out to the mailbox real quick, but I will be right back. I'm going to go ahead and play this opening statement from the defense.
You accept the opening statement kind of like a preview. You catch on TV before you go see the movie. Not to be silly, but just an idea. It's an opening statement of what we believe the evidence will show. But what you hear from witnesses and receive in the form of exhibits are the actual evidence. So it's to kind of give you an idea of what's to come. And we believe the evidence will show that there was a Cinco de Mayo party at some friends of Barry, and Chris knew from another fellow he knew, and they got together, and that's where maybe Chris and Barry first met and got in contact. And you'll hear at that time the severe heart issues Barry was having, and the medical issues, and then soon after Chris moves in to the apartment. And you'll hear it was very common because Barry was so concerned about his heart issues and medical situation that they got up like super early, 4 or 5 in the morning, and went out walking from all the way, if you see a map, you'll see like Beach Parkway, all the way down to where the Starbucks is, and just multiple miles. And you'll hear later about going to this Cruisers bar where they hung out, and you'll hear walking home from there, so these long distance walks were not uncommon. And Barry trying to get his health back in order, and that they walked home that evening. And as said, you'll see videos showing them kind of walking up Del Prado, going back. And then you'll hear before that, when they were at Cruisers, that there wasn't any big scene or anything. They just kind of left. Like they were there for a few hours. And then there's a couple different parties there. The bartender, they kind of knew, and different people that knew Barry, knew Chris. And may have left a little bit different time, but you'll see them on video right next to each other, walking up Del Prado, and getting home. And then you'll hear later from a neighbor that heard some kind of noises. And was it Barry saying, "I'm leaving, I'm tired of this idiot"? And Chris saying, "No, don't leave." And Barry leaving because he was still getting on these Grindr apps and some other app called Sniffies to still meet other men and date. Because Chris wasn't somebody he had known for years or anything. He had met at the party, and then he pretty quickly moved in, and he was kind of helping take care of him. You'll hear he wasn't working. Barry gave him some cards, said feel free to use them. If anybody asks, Barry said you can use it. And so the use of the cards he was allowed to do. And then you'll hear about Airbnbs. You'll even hear before this night of Cruisers, they'd gone to one of their friends, Miguel. He's in a relationship with Tom, and Tom's birthday, and they rented an Airbnb to have the party at. And then you'll hear about Chris, and we believe the evidence will show that at some point an Airbnb was rented and it wasn't in the best condition, and Chris lost his account. So then he started using his brother Tyler's account. And so when he rented the Airbnb to leave Barry's place and say, well, I guess we're breaking up, or this is over, maybe I should go elsewhere, that this account was used, but nobody's trying to hide anything about who's there. He was in constant contact with the lady when he went out to Lewiston. She saw him. He was out exercising. There's nothing nefarious going on. Then you'll hear when Chris and Miguel talk, and the idea about reporting Barry missing comes up, and then that's done, and you'll hear that. And then you'll just hear a lot of speculation as to things after the fact. And so what I ask you to do is wait before you make any formulated or fixed opinions until you've heard everything in this case. And not try to take everything days after the fact to speculate, what may or may not have happened. But you will, for a fact, hear about very serious heart issues, and you heard about his weight loss, and you'll hear that from his friends and family. And at the end of this trial, we'll come up and ask you, we'll argue to you, that the evidence has not proven that any murder was committed, and there's no proof beyond a reasonable doubt. We'll ask you to find the defendant not guilty.
State and call their first witness.
Yes, Judge. State calls Mr. Miguel Blanco.
Okay, see how weak that was? See how weak that was? That was a weak opening. Weak. Okay. Just spent 5 minutes figuring out why I can't hear. All better? Yeah, I'm sorry. Ugh, the worst. Okay. So, let me catch my breath real good. Just ran outside to put some packages out in the mailbox. So, let me see what day one. This dude here, friend wanting to get rid of. Okay, so this guy here in the pink shirt, this dude, is a friend of theirs. Oh my God, Morgana, it's so good. It's so good. How do you feel about Miss Elaine? Is that her name? Elaine. I forget her last name. The defense. I think it's Elaine is her name, or I always get confused, but it starts with an E. Anyway, very bland, no feeling. I know. That's kind of what I felt too. It is already, and I haven't gotten very far yet. She's annoying me already. Yeah, there you go. She's very annoying. What if any? What if any? What if any? Who if any? Where if any? What if any? When if any? She's one of those. I love the judge in that trial though. But okay, so this guy here in the pink shirt, super cute, is a friend of Barry's, okay? So they worked together for like, I think he said 11 or 13 years or something. And they worked in the food, okay, so they work at sort of like a supply house for restaurants. So it's where restaurants order like food and supplies in bulk, is where he works. And that's what Barry did for a living also. So anyway, Barry the victim. So they were really good friends. And he basically just lays a little bit of foundation for, their relationship, their friendship, that kind of thing. But let me go find it. We won't watch all of it, but we will go to the 45-minute mark, because let me start a little bit before that. So right here, he's like basically identifying on the screen there that is Barry's vehicle. It's a Jeep. And but here in a second, he identifies Barry's voice, or he receives a voicemail from No, he doesn't get it. Another friend get. I can't remember. I can't remember. Either he does or another friend gets a voicemail from. It must be him. From Barry, basically saying, yeah, I'll let you listen to it. It's pretty telling anyway. Um, Here we go. They're getting ready to play this audio clip. It's very short.
CX, hey, it's me. Give me a call. I need your help. I need to get rid of this fucking idiot because I can't take it anymore.
Now, Mr. Blanco, when you heard that voicemail, you didn't catch that voicemail until the next day, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
He starts to get upset and emotional here. But again, that voicemail was from Barry, the victim. So, according to all of Barry's friends and acquaintances, co-workers, that kind of thing, Barry has always lived by himself. And within the time frame of meeting the defendant, Christopher Davis, who's on trial for Barry's murder, Christopher Davis ended up moving in with Barry, and then within less than, I think they said in the opening statement, like 2 months, Barry was gone. And apparently this Christopher Davis guy doesn't work. I don't know what happened between them to make to make Barry say this to his friend in a voicemail, like, you got to help me get rid of this idiot. I can't stand it. Can't take this anymore. I don't know. I don't know what was going on in their relationship. I don't know if he just felt sorry for the guy and let him move in and they were in a semi-relationship or what. But anyway, apparently Barry was pretty quiet about his relationships. He didn't talk to his friends much about his relationships. So
Now,
I'm going to rewind it and listen to that
person
one
that-
more time. We'll listen to it one more time.
CX, hey, it's me. Give me a call. I need your help. I need to get rid of this fucking idiot because I can't take it anymore.
Now, Mr. Blanco, when you heard that voicemail, you didn't catch that voicemail until the next day, is that correct?
Ricola.
Yes, sir.
Now, the person that you previously saw in the photograph and identified as Mr. Christopher Davis, do you see Mr. Davis here in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Please point him out and describe the article of clothing that he's wearing.
He's wearing a white button-up shirt, black slacks, and black shoes.
Judge, let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
Okay?
Now, let the record reflect I'm also showing defense counsel some previous remarks in State's Exhibit number 6, 7, 8, 11, 11A, 13, 16, 19, 21, 24, 30, 31A, 34, 37, 38, 41. Now, directing your attention to State's Exhibit number 30, I believe that would have been the surveillance video from Walmart. Did you have an opportunity to review that video?
Yes.
Okay, so he was just confirming all these photos, were again laying the foundation that, they were Christopher Davis in certain locations and stuff. Sorry, I've got this. Hold on. Cough drop. Auricola. This next gal on the stand, she's super cute. She was a neighbor that lived in the same condo that they lived in, the same complex.
We solemnly swear.
And would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
My name is Ruth Ciotti.
And Ms. Ciotti,
She's
where
so
do you
cute.
reside? Come to know a gentleman by the name of Barry Schmalbach.
Yes.
And how did you come to know Mr. Schmalbach?
Well, we would go to the pool in the afternoons and go to the beach and just knew him from being around my complex.
How would you describe your complex? Relatively close, tight-knit?
It's very close. The people are very close. It's 16 units, and there's some snowbirds there. Permanently, there's about 11 units filled, and so we all usually go to the pool in the afternoon.
And how would you go about doing that?
Just meet down there. You're there, you're there. If you're not, it's not a big deal.
Was there a specifically designated time and place?
No, no.
Just went down there and that's where everyone congregated?
Mm-hmm.
All right, is that a yes?
Yes.
And how long did you know Mr. Schmalbach?
From the time, well, about 2 weeks after he moved in, I had met him. So that was in October, and then until he passed.
October of what year, ma'am, if you recall?
October what?
Of what year, ma'am?
I think 22.
Okay. And did he reside there by himself?
Yes. Well, in the beginning, yes.
Did there come a point in time when he did not live there by himself?
Yes.
When was that?
Around May, the end of May, I would say 23.
And where in relationship to Mr. Schmalbach did you reside?
Well, the building is two addresses, 1835 and 1837, one long lot. And I live on the left lot, or the left end of the building, and Barry lived on the right side of the building.
So if I can direct your attention.
Okay, sorry. I was thinking there was something that she but there was nothing important, I don't think. Again, I think she was just another,
All right, good afternoon. If you'll just face the clerk, raise
Foundation
your right hand,
witness.
she'll swear you in.
But this next guy is the investigator. He's the investigator. Or maybe one of the investigators.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You can take the stand.
Daddy Warbucks.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name
Bryce Bierman.
and how are you currently employed?
I am a PE teacher and the head football coach at Oasis Charter High School in Cape Coral.
Prior to being the PE teacher and football coach for Oasis, where were you employed?
Cape Coral Police Department.
How long were you at the Cape Coral Police Department?
Almost 22 years.
So who goes from being a police officer for 22 years to a PE teacher and football coach? I mean, I guess, you know, I just find it odd anyway.
And what positions did you hold while at Cape Coral Police Department?
I was a road officer, school resource officer, a detective, in several different units.
What sort of training experience do you have to be a law enforcement officer?
And side note, sorry about this. Side note, I was reading that one of the police officers in the Stephen Stearns Maddie Soto case was arrested. Him and his wife were arrested for like the $21 million gambling something or other. Did y'all see that? Hold on, where did I see that at? I saw that somewhere. Let me see if I can find the headline again. Oh, and apparently Corey Richens was hit with 26 new charges. Don't know what those are. Yeah, Florida Sheriff's $21 million gambling scandal arrest. Lord have mercy. Will it affect Stephen Stearns' trial? We do not know. Highly doubtful, but anyway. Okay. Let's get back to this.
I went through the academy here, which is about, at the time,
I
want to
thought
say
about
almost
that,
700 hours
Donnie.
worth of training there.
Probably.
And then training throughout my career.
And how did you end your career? In what position?
I was a detective with the Violent Crimes Unit.
Did you become involved with a case with the suspect of Christopher Davis?
Yes, I did.
Would you please tell the jury how you became involved with that case?
It was, actually, I got called by my supervisor late July 23rd, late at night, early morning, July 24th, and said that there was a case that she wanted me to take a look at when I got into work on Monday morning.
And did you end up coming to contact, through this investigation, through an individual by the name of Christopher Davis?
Yes, I did.
Do you see that person in court today?
Yes, I do.
Would you please point to him and identify him by an article of clothing?
White shirt at the table.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Yes.
So what type of case were you called out for? Was it a homicide, missing person?
It was a missing person case individually, initially, excuse me. My supervisor was out on a different call that night on another case and wanted me to take a look at it, said something didn't seem right. So I went in and looked at it that morning.
I'm going to put it on
Missing persons
1.25.
case. How did you go about reviewing or investigating one of those?
You try and find out the last time they were seen and then put together a timeline.
Is that the same with the homicide investigation as well?
Yes,
So with this particular case, it turned in from a missing person to a homicide. Is that accurate?
correct.
Did you do a timeline too?
Yes, I did.
And how were you able to make this timeline?
Based on collecting evidence, compiling videos, text messages, cell phone records,
There's a lot
and
of
just
them
kind of putting
too.
everything together like a puzzle.
One of the things you take into consideration would be witnesses. as well.
Absolutely.
So to break it down for the jury, what was the first day of the puzzle?
July 19th.
Why is that the first day?
That was the last time that we can confirm that Barry Schmalbach was seen.
Can you walk the jury through the first event that you took on July 19th?
For that day, we were able to do some interviews with some witnesses, collect some videos, phone records, cell phone searches, stuff like that.
Okay, so for step one, where did you start? What was the place that you started your investigation? Would it be where he lived?
Yeah, yes.
And do you remember the address?
1835 Beach Parkway, apartment 303, Cape Coral, Florida.
Is that located in Lee County, Florida?
Yes, it is.
And when you got there, you were able to talk to neighbors?
Yes.
One of the neighbors being Ruth Ciacchetti.
Yes.
And from speaking to Ruth, what was your next step?
We were able to determine that Barry and Chris had gone to cruisers.
What is Cruisers?
It's a bar.
And where is Cruisers located?
It is in the 1500 block of Southeast 47th Terrace in Cape Coral, Florida.
Are you aware of how far Cruisers is away from Barry's condo?
It's probably a 3-4 minute drive tops.
Could you walk it?
Yes, absolutely.
And based on your investigation, were you able to actually prove that Barry was there that day?
Yes,
Do you know who he was there with?
Christopher Davis.
And did you discover if anything happened while at Cruisers?
They were there at the bar. They were drinking. They had conversations with the bartender and another friend.
Hold on a second.
Objection hearsay.
Your Honor, we're not going into the content, we're going into the course of investigation.
As long as you're not going to the content of the conversations. I'll sustain it as conversations, but otherwise you may proceed.
So you were able to speak with witnesses to what occurred while at Cruisers?
Yes,
And based on your investigation, were you able to piece together a timeline with regards to any sort of digital footprint?
we were able to determine that they left somewhere in the neighborhood at 8 o'clock based on the receipt.
Do you know if Barry reached out to anyone while he was at the bar?
Yes,
And who did he reach out to?
a friend of his in Chicago.
And would that friend be a Rosalie Felico?
Yes,
And how did he reach out? Was it a phone call?
it was
message?
a text message into to a response that she had sent.
And were you able to confirm that he was the one that actually sent that text message?
It would have been at the time. He would have been at the bar, yes, so at the time.
And did you end up getting a copy of that text message from
Yes,
Mr.
I did.
Felico? Were you able to show that they ended up paying for any sort of receipt?
Yes,
And were you able to track down the manner of which the item was paid for?
it was paid with an American Express card.
Your Honor, may the record reflect I am now showing opposing counsel. With previously marked for identification purposes, the state's proposed exhibit 3.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
I'm now showing you what's marked for identification purposes, the state's proposed exhibit 3. Do you recognize that document?
Yes,
And is that the American Express statement with regards to the particular card that
Hey,
was
good
used at
morning,
Cruisers?
Susan.
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into
Hi.
evidence, state's proposed exhibit 3.
Any objection? You admitted?
With regards to state's proposed exhibit 3, just so we're aware, it's kind of like a statement printout. Would that be the best way to
Yes.
describe it?
Yes.
Could you kind of walk us through what each page is?
The first one is,
Easier, I apologize.
no problem.
Okay, so. Is there any way to dim the lights just a smidge? Okay, perfect. So this would be page 1 of State's Exhibit 3 as they've been moved into evidence. What exactly are we looking at?
That's the name on the card holder's name.
Okay, so this would say that Barry Schmalbach is the owner of that card?
Correct.
And we see a date here that says date of birth. So that would be when Barry was born?
Yes.
And we also see a government ID number. That's a social security number?
I believe so, yes. I mean, I'd have to confirm it off his driver's license, but yes.
And then we see two different addresses, both of them being the same. That is the actual address that's associated with the card, correct?
Correct.
And then, back to page 2, 1 second. There's a multitude of other pages. So we have a page 3, a page 2. Page 3, we actually see three different entries. It says cruisers and cruisers. And if we go back to page 2, it gives us a date. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And with regards to cruisers, we see that there was a payment on the 19th to cruisers from Barry's credit card.
Correct.
And you're able to confirm that Barry's the one that signed at cruisers?
Yes, we were actually able to get a copy of the signed receipt.
Thank you. If you can highlight that, I appreciate it. you able to ascertain how they got back from Cruisers?
They walked.
So they didn't take an Uber back?
They did not.
Completely plausible that you can walk that distance.
Yes.
And how were you able to find out that they walked?
We canvassed that entire area from Cruisers all the way back to the residence for video cameras. And was
Canvas.
yes.
I know that's
Which
a law enforcement name.
it's,
Can you explain it to the
well, we would
jury?
go up, walk into a business. Do you guys have security cameras? If you do, can we take a look at this time and date? And we were able to put together at least 3 locations where they were on scene walking that evening.
And you actually were able to collect those videos?
Yes, we
So this here is a picture of Barry Schmalbach, the victim, that I have up on the screen. Hey, Margaret. Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat. I was over here trying to grab a picture of Mr. Barry Schmalbach. So this is him. Sad, right? Susan says, morning, Jenny in chat. I popped in to say hello. Sorry, I need to take a break from... I think she meant red rum trials and she said rectum. But I will be back. Trying to brace myself for Kohlbergers. Yeah, I know. And that's coming up. The judge denied the delay. No worry, Susan. Hey, Margaret. I don't blame you, Susan. I know. I know it.
were.
Was one video from Budget Blinds?
Yes,
One video from Menarcas?
yes,
And one video from Greco Jewelers?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, may the record reflect, I apologize, may I approach the witness?
You may.
CDs up there.
Yeah, there's quite a few.
I'm gonna take them all. May the record reflect that I'm now showing opposing counsel what's been previously marked for identification purposes, state 6, 7, and 8.
Okay.
May I approach the witness again?
You may.
I'm now showing you for identification purposes what's been marked as state's proposed exhibits 6, 7, and 8. Do you recognize those?
Yeah, they appear to be videos from Budget Blinds,
Susan, honey.
Menarcas, and Grecos.
And
Yeah.
At this time, the state would move into evidence state's exhibit.
It's probably autocorrect on your phone. Okay? That's it. It's probably just autocorrect. Do you know how many times I tried to write the word pop? Like once I told my husband, he said, do we need anything from town? And I said, yeah, pop. We call soda pop. We call it pop here. And he replies back with poop, ? And I looked and I had my phone typed poop instead of pop. So there you go.
6, 7, and 8.
Any objections?
Don't feel bad.
All right, be admitted.
We all do
Your
it.
Honor, permission to publish state's exhibit 6.
Okay.
And Your Honor, for the record, it will be publishing 6, 7, and 8 with brief questioning between.
It did. We
Now,
maybe
state's
it said
exhibit 6,
poop.
this is going to be our Budget Blinds video. Where should the jury be looking with regard to this particular video?
How are you, Ween baby?
Honestly, I would have to see it to figure out. It's going to be somewhere around the 4600 block of Del Prado Boulevard South, which is just a little bit to the north of Cape Coral Parkway.
So this would be kind of like the first stop to get back to the condo.
Yes.
Working.
I'm going to pause it for a sec. Where on this video will you end up seeing these individuals working?
On the sidewalk.
July?
Okay, so here's part of the surveillance. This is kind of where the surveillance starts
You could stop it for a moment.
in the puzzle piece he
And we
puts
stop it
together.
At 2019-41.
One of the puzzle pieces.
So you said the sidewalk. You're talking about the sidewalk right here?
Yes.
Okay. And we see an individual in a lighter blue shirt and then a darker shirt. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Were you able to ascertain who each person was?
Object to the identification by the officer, unless it has personal knowledge, he can base it on.
Your Honor, I can rephrase the question instead of.
All right.
Based on your investigation, were you able to ascertain through video evidence the clothing that the defendant wore on July 19th, 2023?
Yes.
And what was he wearing that particular day?
Black shirt, white shorts.
And in this particular situation, is there an individual in a black shirt and white shorts?
Yes.
And you've been able to speak with witnesses in this particular case, including Miguel Blanco, who was able to identify individuals in said videos.
Yes.
And based on your conversations with Miguel Blanco, you were able to ascertain that the individual in this photograph is the same exact person you just described, Christopher Davis, wearing a black shirt and white shorts.
Yes.
And we know that Christopher Davis left Cruisers with an individual,
Yes.
and that individual being Barry, as he's the one that signed and paid for the drinks.
Yes.
So Barry logically would be the only other person that would be in this video, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I could re-ask my question.
Okay.
So, this in fact is Christopher wearing the black shirt and Barry wearing the blue shirt?
Yes.
Same objection as to identification without personal knowledge.
Your Honor, I believe the state has been able to lay the foundation.
And I'll overrule at this point.
Mr. Gardner, if you could please push play. So we still have him coming off screen, correct?
Oh,
And if we
wowee,
could
baby,
publish
that's
Exhibit 7 at this
awesome.
point.
All right.
My husband has a 1 week shutdown in July. They have it, I think, twice a year. They have it once in July and then once in December. So, yeah, we love it when it's shutdown month. But 3 weeks, that's a long time. Johnny Depp trial is wild. Yeah, it is. It's so good. They're okay. They're doing construction. Okay. Well, you get a whole nother week. Is it a paid shutdown, though? Like, my husband's shutdown is not paid. If they want it to be paid, they have to take time. They're like time. Blows me away.
Mr. Gardner, if you could pause it for a moment. And with regards to State Exhibit 7, this is the video from what establishment?
Menarcas.
Okay, and with this particular video, where should the jury be looking?
Up on, close to the road, on the other side of the white truck with the guardrail.
Okay, so they
Yep.
should start looking at the guardrail over here?
Yes.
You can push play, please.
So the surveillance that we're seeing is them walking to and from that cruiser's bar. You have to allocate a week of vacation pay and then the rest is unemployment. Oh, okay. Christmas shutdown is paid. Okay. So you guys have off in December too, just like my husband. Nice. And wouldn't you know, my husband works for an automotive place too, so. Wonder if they're related. Like the companies are related. Would be interesting.
You can pause it, please, Mr. Gardner. And for the record, we paused the video at 19:42:50. Are these the two people that the jury should be watching? The individual in the dark shirt with the white shorts as well as the blue shirt?
Yes.
And that would be Christopher Davis as well as Gary Schmalba?
Correct.
The same objection as to former detective identifying without personal knowledge.
Miguel Blanco actually identified them as being in the video.
Overruled at this point.
Continue, Frank.
I'm sorry for the yawning. Oh my God. Okay, I want to skip through some of this because this is like, but this is giving you proof, you know, and the jury proof of the last day that Barry Schmalbach was seen alive.
And what is Exhibit 8 of? Known to have been Barry.
Yes.
There was no data usage after 9:32. Is that accurate?
Okay, so now they're talking about his phone and how there was no
Would it be
data
a text message
usage
or a voice?
after a certain time.
Any objections?
No.
Be admitted.
Detective Bierman, with regards to State Exhibit 55,
And y'all have the audio all the way,
when
volume
you
all the way
subpoena
up.
someone's records, what information do you get?
you get incoming, outgoing calls, text messages, not the actual content, but the messages going back and forth, data that they have been used and what times and stuff they were on.
You also get subscriber information.
Yes,
And were you able to determine who the subscriber of this particular phone number is?
very small bump.
And same question with State's Exhibit 56. Do you recognize this phone number?
Yes,
And were you able to ascertain the subscriber information for that phone number?
yes.
And who does that phone number belong to?
Christopher Davis.
And Your Honor, may I reapproach the
Aw,
witness?
Susan.
For identification purposes, would you please indicate who the victim is? If that's the victim's telephone number with regards to the State Exhibit 55?
Yes.
And marking a V on the front page.
Yeah, me too. Because they have a general vicinity of where it's at. It's somewhere around however many mile radius of that Airbnb. But that Airbnb is like an hour and a half away from Cape Coral, where they lived. So, but still, I mean, they know how long it took him from, point A to point B, when the car was last seen clean, and then when it came back, it was dirty. How much time was there? I mean, there's a general vicinity where he's at. I just want to know, is there, and I don't want this to sound, it's going to sound gross no matter which way I say it. But it's Florida, and you all know what kind of creatures live in Florida in swampy areas. You can put two and two together. I'm wondering if it's that kind of situation. It's okay, we're gross. Well, I don't want to be disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? But he used like the pickaxe, and he had bought a shovel, and so I'm kind of like, I feel like he would have done some digging, so what I mean, I don't know. And I don't know that there are gators in the area. And I said gator, y'all, now you know where my mind went. I don't know if there are any alligators in the area where he went, where the Airbnb is. I don't know. I don't know if there are alligators in every place in Florida or just certain parts. I have no idea. But, yeah.
And with regards to State 56, can you please write if you identify that information by marking it with defendant? So for a D. Thank you. Now, with regards to State's Exhibit 55, were you able to ascertain the last time he, in fact, was heard from that day? Whether it be a text message or a voicemail. And I can provide you with records again if you'd like.
I want to say I'd have to double check again, but I want to say the last data for the phone was sometime around 9:20-ish on the phone. And the last time it actually pinged was somewhere around, I want to say 8:30-ish. I got to double check that, but 8:40, somewhere in there.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly
Yes.
with State's Exhibit 55? I'm now showing you page 1 of the mobility.
Mhm.
Does that refresh your recollection as to the time that the last phone call out from that phone went?
Yes.
And that phone was to a Miguel Blanco?
I'd have to double check, but it was to 239-703-6412.
And there was also a text message that was sent at about 8:30, and that was the last text message that is known to have been buried.
Yes,
There was no data usage after 9:32, is that accurate?
yes,
Did you have an opportunity to speak to any neighbors after that point?
yes,
And were any of the neighbors able to tell you if they saw or heard Barry and Chris after 8:30 that night?
yes,
And that would be Kim Zanzatani?
correct.
Based on speaking to Kim, what did you do next?
While going through phone records and stuff, we were able to ascertain that there were searches done on the defendant's phone.
And where did you go based on those searches?
Walmart.
And what, if anything, happened when you went to Walmart that night?
I was able to get video, surveillance video.
And what Walmart did you go to?
1619 Del Prado Boulevard, South Cape Coral, Florida, in Lee County.
Your Honor, may the record reflect I'm now showing opposing counsel with remark for identification purposes. It states proposed exhibits 10, 10A, 10B, 11, 11A, and 12.
All right.
Perpetual yawns. Always and forever. It's a big rock she's got on her finger.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
May the record reflect that I'm now showing the witness what has been marked for identification purposes as 10, 10A, 10B, as well as 11, 11A, and 12. Detective Behrman, starting with states 10A, 10, and 10B. Do you recognize these three items?
Yes.
And what are those items of? Or what are they pictures of?
A male walking into Walmart, a male making a purchase at Walmart, and a wallet.
And with regards to
Okay.
states 11 and 11A, do you recognize those two?
Yes.
And how do you recognize those two?
This is a video of the front entrance for Walmart and for the register that was purchased.
And do you recognize state's proposed exhibit 12 for identification purposes?
Yes.
And what is that a document of?
It is a copy of the receipt.
Your Honor, at this time the state will move to evidence 10, 10A, 10B, 11A, 11, and 12.
This is where we're going to get into all of the like store transactions and surveillance of him at the checkout.
Okay. No,
All right. They'll be admitted.
Yes.
Now, you said one video is the front entrance of Walmart. Are there different video cameras in Walmart?
There are, yes, lots of video cameras at Walmart.
So could you laughably say Big Brother's always watching?
Yes.
And with regards to the outside camera of Walmart, can you describe for the jury what that captures?
Captures the parking lot. There's probably, I'd have to double check the count, but there's several cameras out there. Covers the entire parking lot.
And you said there was a camera inside as well. I know we laughed and said there's multiple cameras.
There's, yeah, lots.
So always be careful when you're in
Yes,
Walmart.
absolutely.
And would you say that you were able to obtain a camera of him actually checking out?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state, permission to publish State's Exhibit 10.
Okay.
To be able to send lights. With regards to State's Exhibit 10, what is that?
That's a,
object to identifying the defendant possibly, unless he has personal knowledge.
I'm asking what it is, not who it is, Your Honor.
You can answer that question.
that's a male walking into the Walmart.
And is that outfit consistent with the outfit that we saw in State's Exhibits 6, 7, and 8, a black shirt and white shorts?
That is correct.
And were you also able to get another snap of 10A?
Yes.
And is that the same individual that's in 10?
Yes.
And what is that person doing?
He is checking out. That is a self-checkout at Walmart.
Are you able to tell what he's currently holding in that picture?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is I believe a 12 by 24 tarp.
It's a tarp, y'all. Don't they know better by now? Quit buying tarps at Home Depot. Well, this one's at Walmart. Now he goes to Lowe's to buy the dolly. But here's the tarp. And we also see where he buys duct tape. So, and chocolate milk, Fairlife chocolate milk to be exact.
And do you know of anything else that's currently in the cart that you can see
'Cause-
at this point or being rung up?
It's chocolate milk, you know.
I can't make, it's a little fuzzy in that photo. I can't make it out, but I did watch the video and I could, got the receipt, I know.
Yes.
You can't go to the store and not buy chocolate milk, even if you're buying things to dispose of a person's body. You must also purchase chocolate milk. It's just a given.
Yeah.
You got a receipt though, right?
Yes, oh yeah. No, I know what it is, yes.
Allegedly.
Okay. Do you recognize this? We're gonna zoom in so I can see that. Oh, you got it.
Yes, the first two were
What are the first two items?
duct tape.
And
Individual
the
rolls?
third item?
That's the tarp.
What is the description of the tarp?
It's a HD 12 by 24 tarp.
Are you aware of what HD means?
It's either heavy duty or the name of the brand there at Walmart.
And 12 by 24, that's 12 foot by 24 foot,
Correct.
as well as the last item?
That is
Listen,
not Coca-Cola. It's a Coca-Cola brand. It's chocolate milk. It's the Fairlife chocolate milk.
And do you know how this this receipt was paid for?
Cash.
And is this the wallet the cash came out of?
It was the wallet that was on there. I don't remember if the cash came out of that or not, but that was the wallet that was on the screen at the
And
register.
With regards to this wallet, it doesn't look like it's very full. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
You're able to see
Oh my
just a handful
God.
of different cards.
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish states of Lennon.
All right.
you guys kill me. Daggone, I'm sitting over here talking and I was muted. This is where we get video. The video of him walking in and then he walks out, or he's checking
Permission to
out.
Publish states
And you
of
see
Lennon
him
Okay.
scan the chocolate milk and the things. Oh my God, right, Gail? Mary Lou, honey, we have not spent any time outside. It has been so miserable hot. And with her eczema, if she spends more than 5 or 10 minutes outside, she gets all splotchy with the humidity as hot as it's been. If it's not been miserable hot, it's been pouring the rain. So we have literally not had hardly any outside time, unless you count the playing on the patio, you know. Get on the road, chat later. Okay, Margaret, be safe. So anyway, yeah, we have not got to plant anything. Doing so much better today. Got a medical massage. Ooh. And it really helped my back. That sounds good. Yeah, Mary Lou, it's just been pure miserable. The entire summer. Is it just me, or is it, the entire summer has been either miserable humidity that you can't stand in or pouring the rain? That's it. That's all we've had. It's like we're in a rainforest. That's what Dale said the other day. But as far as her, if she gets too hot, if she spends too much time outside in that much that humidity like that, her eczema gets so much worse. And she's already got like big round patches here on the inners of her the inner parts of her elbows and behind her knees and like right in her armpit area. It's awful. I keep her coated in cortisone cream, but miserable here. It's either hot or raining. Yeah. Storm warnings and heat advisories. I know it. It sucks. chocolate milk now and maybe a tart. Don't do it, Donnie. Don't do it. As soon as you do, somebody you know will go come wind up missing, and then you're going to be in trouble, ma'am. Don't do it. Do not do it. Okay, here he is at the checkout. Watch. First thing he puts up here is duct tape.
I'm sorry?
May I move freely about the courtroom?
Yes.
And for the love of God, don't buy duct tape, Donnie.
Overview, what is this an overview of?
That is register 44 at Walmart, self-checkout.
And I know that on the last video as well as this video, there are timestamps. Are the timestamps after on the two Walmart videos?
As far as I know, yes.
And with regards to this, Mr. Gardner, would you please switch flag? You could pause this for a moment, Mr. Gardner. What are these two items that are being held by the individual in the black shirt and white shorts?
That is duct tape.
And we see a phone, something black underneath it. Do you know what that black object is?
I believe that's the wallet.
And the keys, are you aware of what those keys go to?
Vehicle.
And you actually ended up finding those keys and collecting them during a search warrant on the 24th, is that accurate?
Correct.
And those keys go to what type of vehicle?
A Jeep.
And that Jeep is owned by Barry?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner, if you could continue with that. You could pause it again? What is this item?
Tarp.
And that's the 12 by 24 foot chart?
Correct.
For the record, that is at 35 seconds. You could play again.
Here comes the chocolate milk. There was the chocolate milk. Did you see him scan the chocolate milk?
That was the,
Watch,
no,
watch,
that was
watch.
actually,
Watch. There's your Fairlife chocolate milk. He's like, you know what? Disposing of a person is hard work, and I need some nourishment. Susan says, I'm in Mercer County, New Jersey. It's awful. Ugh. I know, Morgana. When are they going to realize there's cameras everywhere? You can't sneeze or fart or pick your nose driving down the highway. What? A camera's not watching you do it. You know?
If you pause it one more time. And what he just scanned was a.
that was the, no, that was actually, it's a Coca-Cola product. It's Fairlife chocolate milk.
And what is Fairlife chocolate milk?
It's branded chocolate milk that's put out by Coca-Cola.
On the cell phone, we also see an identifying mark. Do you know what that mark is?
That I do not know.
You end up seeing it again now at a later time.
I believe so, yes.
And that time is when you do a search warrant of the defendant's phone?
Correct.
And the defendant's phone matches that particular cell phone?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And for the record, that was stopped at 47 seconds. If you could continue with your time. And that was the wallet that we took a picture of as well, correct?
Correct.
Oh, he left his keys.
And what is this?
He was in a hurry.
Sitting there?
That's the keys.
The Jeep keys?
Yes.
I know, Kayleen, even when you think you're alone, you're not. See, look, now somebody else comes in to check out, and then you see Christopher Davis pop back in and grab the keys here in a second. This dude's healthy. He's buying bags of. Look at this. Look at this. This dude is super healthy. He has purchased orange juice. It looked like a big bag of carrots and a head of cauliflower. Big old steak. Healthy, healthy, healthy. Mary grabs his keys.
Somebody grabbing the keys,
Yes,
does it match the same description as the person that was just checking out as well?
yes,
One of the identifying marks would be the fact that the toenails are painted in both of those images, correct?
that is correct.
I know,
With regards
right?
to,
Ween baby.
were you able to ascertain how the person was able to get inside of Walmart or join Walmart?
In the Jeep,
And that was very easy.
yes.
And Your Honor, for the record, Miguel Blanco did identify the defendant with regards to being in State's Exhibits 10 and 11. And for the record, State's Exhibit 11A, I believe.
What I want to know is, could you imagine being in the tarp where you would buy a tarp? Okay. Now, here's the thing. If you're in Walmart and you see in someone's cart that they've got a tarp and duct tape and chocolate milk, I mean, whatever. Would you assume that they're putting a kill kit together? Or would you assume that they're painting their house? I mean, or even worse. Where's Kel at? I wish Kel was here, because Kel works at Walmart. So what if you're one of the picker people and the defendant or the alleged murderer is like, you know what? I don't really feel like going into Walmart, so I'm just going to, like, you know, request a pickup, and I'm going to put on there a tarp, some duct tape, some gloves, some deodorizer spray, a shovel. What garbage bags? I mean, if you were that picker and you were putting this stuff together, what would you do? Put it together and then call 911 and be like, yo, listen, there's this people that just ordered all this stuff, and I watch too much true crime, but just be aware that if anybody related to this person comes up missing, you know where to look. There's Kel. Maybe they should pick up some paint along with the tarp. Yeah, just to make it look good, right, Morgana? They should. Kel, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. You never know. Ween Baby said, hey, it's none of my business, but that chocolate milk is sketch. Oh, Mary Lou, you have a good day at work, honey. Oh, is the box supposed to come today? All indoor items. Okay, well, good deal. Good deal. I'll make sure to get a video, like I said, of her opening it up for you. And I've got your email, so I'll send it to you, honey. Thank you, Mary Lou. You spoiled my baby rotten. Making a pickup order for a kill kit, right? God. What would be even worse? Imagine this. Imagine this. Imagine you're the driver and the person ordered it to be delivered. And you have to deliver this stuff to their house. I would drive by and throw it out. I wouldn't even take a picture of it. I'd be like, nah, I'll get in trouble. I won't get paid I won't get my tip for this one. Let me just sling this bag out the door. And then I'll turn around and drive by and throw the duct tape out the door. And then turn around and drive back by and throw the air freshener out. All of it out into the yard. Kel said the strangest thing I've seen so far is 20 room deodorizers in one order. It freaked me out thinking they had a body. See? See? Oof. Mm-mm. Look at all that Carmex. I could use some of that right now. See all that Carmex up there? I need
And
some
for the record, that is a picture of a stop image, and my eyesight is not that good anymore.
I
At
could totally use
319. And
a
what do you know
drive-by
about the
grocery
foot?
delivery.
The toenails are painted.
Okay, and it's the exact same painted toenails as well as footwear as the previous individual who's checking out with the tarp.
Correct.
And is anywhere in this video Mr. Schmalbach?
No,
Are you able to see Mr. Schmalbach at all getting in or out of the Jeep?
no.
And your permission to republish State's Exhibit 12?
All right.
You pretty good with military time, detective?
Yes, I'm familiar.
So if I told you 21, what would that mean?
9.
9? So in State's Exhibit 12,
Mm-mm. Nope.
I apologize for the at the very bottom, it says survey offered, TC number, a date, as well as a timestamp. What does that date and timestamp represent?
July 19th, 2023 at 9:57 p.m., 45 seconds.
So that's after the last time Barry was seen.
Correct.
What happened after the defendant went to Walmart?
Right, right. I know.
He left the parking
I
lot.
know, Kel. It's creepy.
And were you able to ascertain anything with regards to his phone records at that point?
Yes.
And I believe I left State's Exhibit 56 up there with you. May I approach
Donnie got the
53?
chocolate milk, but not the
55.
tarp.
And 55 for the record is Barry's number 56.
So now they're getting into some cell phone stuff, I think. Or no, wait, credit card.
I need the defendant's number, I apologize. I have no idea what it means, so if you could walk me through.
Yeah, at the end of it where it says CFNR,
I'm
Right here?
scooching
Yes.
past
So
a little
NIOP,
bit.
What does that mean?
it's
This looks
basically
like
the voice-
cell phone
Barry
information.
Washington, right over the phone.
Correct.
A couple months later.
Correct.
4 or 5 months later. All right. No,
Yes.
I think the defense is asking questions now.
thank you.
The date that the video was collected or the date that's actually showing the recording of?
That would have been the date that it was collected.
And that's because the video came from corporate, is that accurate?
Well, it came from the store
Okay.
itself.
I believe
So the
that's
actual video that we're
everything.
witnessing,
I believe that's everything for day one that I wanted to show. Now, ooh, what, Morgana? Ooh, and some Pringles. Tarps are cheaper at Harbor Freight anyway. I love Harbor Freight. The variety out there about their Pringles is insane. The variety of Pringles out there is insane. I got you, Morgana, or Kel. What? Arby's has not Nashville hot cheese sticks and new biscuit sticks with strawberry sauce to dip them in. They're so good. Yum. Yum. I don't like spicy though. I love cheese sticks, but I don't like spicy. The biscuit sticks, though, sounds good. Okay, I'm going to move to day 2. Let me run to day 2. Okay, here, this is day 2. Share this tab. Let me move it over here. All right, so this is on to day 2. Now, I want y'all to take a look at this, and you tell me what you think.
I don't know if during recesses you leave a hot mic open or if you mute it or what have
Look,
you. But
look at that. That's the defendant. They're a little spicy. I mean, I don't, like, if I go to Taco Bell, mild sauce is as spicy as I can get. I could maybe do a hot a little bit, but the fire sauce, no thank you. I want to enjoy my food. He did. You have a choice between strawberry sauce or frosting to dip them in. Ooh. I'd have to try a little bit of both. I wonder what it would be like if you took the strawberry sauce and mixed it with the frosting. A little bit of a twofer there. Yeah, both. And I want to know why the daggone Krispy Kreme donuts at McDonald's are $52 for a dozen. Not literally, they're not, but they might as well be. No, Donnie, they're two different things. The cheese sticks, the Nashville hot cheese sticks are one thing, and then they also have new biscuit sticks that you can get with strawberry sauce or frosting. But yeah, he shaved his face. Why do y'all think he shaved? He looks weird without it. Like now he looks like someone who could murder someone. Whereas before with the beard, he looked more likable with the beard to me. I don't know whose idea it was for him to shave. I don't know if his attorneys told him to do that or if he wanted to do that or if the jail made him do that. I have no idea. But so he wouldn't look like a dirtbag, but now he just looks like a creeper. Exactly, he does. He looked like less of a dirtbag with the beard. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love beards. My husband has a beard. I love beards. So I'm not saying men with beards look like dirtbags. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying he looked much more likable with the beard than without. Now he just, I don't know, looks like Humpty Dumpty. I'm being mean. I'm sorry.
just let us
Lord,
know so
forgive
that
me.
everybody knows if you've got an open mic. Okay. Oh, maybe that's okay. Is Court TV here today? Law and Crime.
What's already in evidence? I'm using the phone records if need be.
Okay.
Using that one criminal.
Probably.
That's my favorite.
You know who he reminds me of? Is it Fester on the Addams Family? Is that the right character? Hold on, let me look. Yeah, he looks like Fester. Rick Moranis. Okay, we'll get back to it. Let me fast forward a little bit. Okay, so this first person up on the stand is a really good friend of Barry, the victim. She's like one of his best friends. They've apparently been best friends for like 40 plus years. So to hear her testimony, her testimony is really good, and I think it's very helpful for the prosecution. But I'll let you see what you think.
Raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can take the stand, please.
Please watch your step.
I want to put it back on 1.25.
All right.
May I proceed?
You may.
Would you please state your name?
Rosalie Fallico, Fallico,
And where do you live, Miss Fallico?
about 60 miles northwest of Chicago.
Did you know someone by the name of Barry Schmalbach?
Yes.
How did you know Barry?
Barry was my best friend for 40 years. He was, I don't know, he was everything to me.
When you say he was everything to you, can you kind of describe your relationship for the jury?
We met when we were very young, so I was kind of like his mom. We were best friends, talked all the time, and yeah, we shared everything.
You guys ever live together?
We never lived together. We vacationed, but we didn't live together.
When you vacationed with him, can you describe kind of how he kept the room you guys were staying in, or any sort of condo or anything he owned?
He always folded my clothes, so I might have been the messy one. But he was very meticulous and he was very clean. Everything was always orderly. It was just who he was.
So it would be weird to see something amiss in the place he was living.
Yes.
And when you say you're kind of like his mom, what did you mean by that?
I was the older one, so I always looked out for him, and he would always stay in touch with me where he was going. You know, if he was traveling, he would stay in contact. Even if he was abroad, he would let me know, when he would be back or what he was doing.
And what was Barry's birthday?
October 15th, 1966.
Okay. And how much older are you than him? A few years?
2 years, yeah,
Okay.
2 years.
You said he communicated with you a lot. What did you mean by that?
So we would text or we would have phone conversations. It all depended on, how life was moving. We were both busy, careers, life in general. So
So he was constantly in communication, whether it be phone call or text messages?
yes, correct.
Did he ever go out of the country or out of town and try to reach out to you?
Yes, yeah, often. If he was leaving town, he would let me know when he would be back. Sometimes he would come and visit, to Chicago after he had moved to Florida, and he would, tell me I'm on the plane, we're ready to take off if we were meeting. He was always very, I guess, mindful, you would say, of like your time and his time.
So he kind of would give you a play-by-play of the plans if he was going out of town or coming to visit.
Correct.
Did he ever go out of the country and still reach out to you?
Yes.
And what country did he go to?
I remember him being in France and reaching out, and he'd taken many trips to Asia for his work also. So yes, we would have contact, text messages.
So would you say anywhere in the world he was, he would have reached out to you?
Yes.
Did you always know him to carry any sort of electronic devices with him?
Oh yeah, Barry always had his phone with him. He had an Apple Watch, a computer, a laptop, an iPad, depending on where he was going, how long he would be gone. But he always had a form of communication.
And you said that he traveled a lot. Did you ever travel with Barry?
Yes.
And did he ever not bring any sort of cell phone with him when he traveled?
No. He was
Yeah.
very self-sufficient.
Did he ever not have his driver's license when he traveled with you?
No, never.
Or his passport?
Never. He always had his identification. He was a very independent person.
In being friends with him for 40 years, how would you describe his financial situation?
Barry worked hard his whole life and saved his money. I would say he wasn't frugal, but he wasn't frivolous also.
Was he one to give away his credit cards?
No.
Did he ever give you one of his credit cards in 40 years?
No.
Is there a time that you guys ever shared a credit card?
Yeah, we went on a cruise. We shared a credit card on, like cruise expenditures, but it was my credit card.
So he never in 40 years gave you the card?
No.
Did he give people money to your knowledge?
No, unless it was like a birthday present, but no, he wouldn't gift people money or.
So he'd give them cash, if anything?
Yeah, if we split a bill, he would pay his half, but.
So you talked about his house or places that he lived being clean. Did you ever have a chance to go into one of his vehicles?
Yeah, many times.
And how could you describe the way he kept his vehicles?
Immaculate, very meticulous. I used to slide around on his Armor-All seats, so he was very, very clean.
Did you ever notice anything about the seats having drips or dribbles or any marks on them?
Oh, no, he was very meticulous, the way everything was taken care of.
Are you aware of how Barry's health was?
Yes.
And what, if anything, occurred right before when he moved to Florida?
So Barry had a heart condition that kind of took him by surprise, and he wanted to be healthy and live to be an old man. So he lost like over 100 pounds, and he was very, very good about his eating, counting his macros. He walked like 6 miles, I want to say, a day. You know, he was out like as soon as the sun rose in the mornings before the Florida heat hit.
And he'd call you on his walks?
Oh, yeah. He talked about, yep, morning 30 walks, yep.
Now, Chicago, is that the same time zone as Florida?
No, Chicago is 1 hour behind Florida.
So right now it's approximately 9:21 a.m. So what time is it in Chicago?
8:21.
Did you know about his love life?
Not very much. Barry was very private. He did not speak about that part of his life.
Did you know that he liked men, but he...
That's correct. Yes, I knew he was a gay man, but we didn't talk about anything related to dating.
When was the last time you saw him in person?
I saw Barry, I was here, well, so the last time I saw him was May 18th, 2023.
And was that here in Florida, or where was that?
That was in Illinois. He was traveling to the National Restaurant Show in Chicago, and we made time to meet up for lunch. So he flew in that morning, texted me, I'm on the plane, and then he texted me, I got here early, I'll meet you at the restaurant, and then we met at the restaurant. That was May 18th.
And was he supposed to come visit the Chicago area again?
Yeah, he was expected to come in August of 2023.
Did he make the trip in August of 2023?
He did not.
Was Barry ever one not to show up to his trips to Chicago?
No, never. If he was very mindful of everybody's time and his time as well. So, you know, if he organized a trip, he showed up. He was there.
Had you guys started making plans to see each other, or were going to see each other when he came up in August?
We talked about we were just going to figure it out as we went. He was going to come for a baseball game, see his sister Emily, and you know, and visit.
That he never showed?
He never showed.
Did he ever call you? About the trip to Chicago?
We spoke about it at lunch.
Did he call you at all to tell you what was going after July 19th, 2023?
I've had no contact since July 19th.
And that would be phone calls,
I tried, but there was no answer.
text messages?
I had text messages with him on the 19th, yes.
How would you explain how he would communicate when he would text you or you would text him?
So Barry was a pretty instant responder. He would, within the same hour generally, you know, maybe the same day if he was traveling and had bad reception, but if I texted him, he texted me back. If I called him, if he was busy, he'd call me right back.
Did you know Barry to ever not respond to you within a day?
No,
Was it pretty much instantaneous?
pretty instantaneous, yeah.
And you said that you had talked to him on July 19th. How did you communicate that day with Barry?
By text.
And for example, you're an hour behind, so again, it's 9:24, so right now it would be 8:24.
Correct.
In Chicago area. Your Honor, may the record reflect I'm showing opposing counsel as the previously marked for identification purposes the state's proposed exhibit 4. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm now showing you for identification purposes what's known as state's proposed exhibit 4. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a text message between Barry and myself.
And that text message fairly and accurately depicts a conversation that you had with Barry, or who purported to be Barry, on July 19, 2023.
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move into evidence state's proposed exhibit 4.
Any objections?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, so looking at this particular screenshot. So this is a screenshot of your cell phone?
Yes,
Now, I see that there's items in gray and items in blue.
correct.
The items in gray, who is that?
That's Barry.
And the items in blue?
That's me.
Now, with regards to this particular message, this says July 19th, Wednesday at 6:06 p.m. So that would be 6:06 p.m. your time?
Correct.
So what time was it in Florida?
7:06 p.m.
And this was a message that you had sent to Barry?
That is correct.
And Barry's response came shortly thereafter?
That is correct.
And what did you and Barry talk about?
Well, Barry was expressing that he was unhappy with something that was happening in his life at the bar, and that he's done with the bullshit, is how I interpret BS. And I had to call him tomorrow.
So when it says, I'm at the bar with my boyfriend, but I am so done with the BS, sorry, BF, excuse me, but I'm so done with the BS, please call me tomorrow, I miss you so much. Do you know what BF meant?
Well, it meant boyfriend, but I had no knowledge of a boyfriend.
And BS you're taking as,
Bullshit.
is there anything in particular about this particular text message that you knew it came from Barry?
Yeah, Barry didn't use punctuation. When he used a period, it was always a space and a period.
Now, you said he didn't use punctuation. This is a text message that was also on the chain.
Right.
And it's from earlier in July. There's no punctuation there, is it?
Correct.
And why is there no punctuation there?
He just never did. He always had sentence run-ons and he never used it.
Did he use talk to text a lot?
Sometimes he talked to text, sure. Yep, depending on if he was driving, sure.
So the only time he ever used punctuation
Good
is if it was
grief,
space,
Donnie.
period, space.
Correct.
And that you see there as well as there. Is that
Correct.
accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. And then you responded to him.
That is correct.
Now, did you receive a message later from Barry?
I did.
And this is the message. It's okay. I love him. He's a knucklehead, but I can't wait to speak to you. I've had a few.
That is correct.
Was there anything that caused you concern when you got this message?
Yes.
And could you walk us through what it happened?
It was not written the way Barry would speak. Barry always spelled out the word okay, O-K-A-Y. It was just something that he never did. This has perfect punctuation, which was very confusing to me. I was like, wow, it's this spelled out so well. And then it said, I've had a few. Well, it was kind of like, if you knew Barry, you know Barry, he drank daily. He always had a few. So it's kind of like, you see this, I see this. Why do we talk about it? It was something that was just never spoken about.
So he never would have said he drank too much to you?
No,
Did he ever say anything like that in 40 years?
no. And he would never say, I love him. That was something that he would never have said to me.
And that's because within 40 years, he never told you he loved anyone.
No, correct. And he was very private. He would never have shared that.
Now, you talked about punctuation and being the space, period, space. We see here that it's no space. Is that
Correct.
accurate?
Yes,
As well as we see a comma.
correct.
Did he ever use commas in his
No,
text messages to
he
you?
did not. Everything was a sentence run on.
Is it normal for him not to respond to text messages and phone calls from you?
No.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
No further questions for this witness.
All right. Mr. Reddick?
Good morning. It's Ms. Falico, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Falico, you were in pretty good contact with Mr. Schmalbach up to May of 2023, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And May 18th, I think, is the date you said he came and visited you in Chicago?
That is correct.
Okay. And isn't it true that after that trip to Chicago, the communication with him sort of dwindled off a little bit? Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, in his prior relationships, I know he was private, but whenever he got into a relationship of sorts, did contact sort of dwindle off at all?
I wouldn't know because he wouldn't talk about it.
Okay. But you were friends with for 40 years, but he just didn't share that. He was very private?
That is correct.
Okay. And so, on that May trip, did you learn that Mr. Schmalbach was seeing someone?
I did not.
No. So you don't recall him at all mentioning that he was seeing someone when he visited in Chicago on May 18th?
He did not.
Okay. Do you remember giving a deposition in this case with the defense attorney? The state was there on January 8th of 2025?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall being asked the question, all right, and then when he was there in May, did he mention being in the relationship with this Christopher Davis person? Do you remember being asked that question?
Not specifically. I remember a lot of questions.
Would it refresh your recollection to review a transcript of that
Sure.
deposition?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Can I see what he's showing?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
They have a little bit of a sidebar here, and then he sends the jury back. For something to do with a question. It was some sort of mix-up. Nothing major though.
$100 if somebody stole it from him.
And I believe earlier you testified that it was very rare for him to get money out.
Correct.
Okay. So this is kind of out of line for him to be giving money to some person he's never met on Grindr. You would agree with that?
I would agree. He had a big heart, but yeah, I would agree. He said that he needed help. And it was a loan, not a gift. It was supposed to be paid back.
Okay. Now, you also said that you thought the text message, the last message about him having a few, that was out of character for him because he drank often.
That is correct.
Was he continuing to drink often after he had those heart issues that led him to the hospital?
Well, he was never drunk. I spent a week with him in April here. He was not drunk. So he would have a couple of, cocktails, but not more than 2.
But still, he would drink often, daily sometimes, you would say?
In my understanding, sure. I didn't live with him, but yeah.
Now, were you aware that Mr. Schmalbach had some cats in the apartment too as well?
Barry did not have a cat.
Okay. Just one moment, Your Honor. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No further questions from the state, Your Honor. May we release the witness?
You may step down. Is any objection to her being released?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. You may step down and you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Okay, so this guy here
And that is signed as well as dated by a credit card owned by Barry Schmalbach.
is a guy that used to date Christopher Davis, but they only went on a few dates for a couple of weeks. But he works at a bar, and he says that on the night, the 19th, when they were at that Cruiser's bar, he couldn't hear an argument, but he saw a little bit of tension between the two of them, Christopher and Barry. But that's all he really says. This gal here, she's a neighbor that lives down underneath
That just passed away recently, and I've had him for 15 years.
under Barry's apartment. Hold on. And she's the one that hears.
All right. If you'll face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony
Something
you
odd.
give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
All right. You may take a stand. All right. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Hey, good morning,
Would you
Miss
please introduce
King. How are you? Hello, dearie. Hello, hello. I'm getting ready. I have to run quick potty break. Oof. Yeah. And then I have to make another cup of coffee so that I can go for another potty break in an hour after that. But anyway, welcome in, Miss King. Good to see you. We're just recapping days 1 and 2 of this missing boyfriend murder trial. And this lady here, I can't remember her name, but she is a neighbor that lived in the condo under Barry. And she heard commotion between the two of them. And, yeah.
yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
Kimberly Zansultani.
And Ms. Sansultani, where do you reside? Schmalbach moved in.
He moved in 2 weeks right after Ian had hit in October. Well, he moved in October. Just like I said, 2 weeks after Ian had hit.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to that big screen over there and showing you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 39. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
Well, my unit is the second unit right there.
Okay, when you're talking about the second unit, are you referring to this unit here directly in
Correct.
the middle of the photograph?
Yes.
That I'm pointing to? And Mr. Schmalbach's unit
It
was?
was right above mine. We had matching floor plans.
Okay. So when you say matching floor plans, his floor plan looked exactly like yours?
Correct.
How long did you know Mr. Schmalbach?
Since he moved in October, maybe.
How did you meet?
Just casually walking down the steps, saying hi, and then over the time, getting a little bit closer, go down to the pool and stuff like that, just like a regular neighbor.
How would you describe this condo complex as far as people knowing everyone and that type of thing?
We used to joke that, or I joked that it was like Melrose Place. Everyone knew everyone, and we all, knew each other's schedules, where they were going, what they were doing. We knew everything.
You said you knew everyone's schedules?
Yeah.
Did you know Mr. Schmalbach's schedule?
Yeah, he worked from home.
Did you know what he did?
He sold like restaurant supplies, from what I understand. Maybe did a little bit import and export. I never really got into detail, but that I
knew of.
Were you also familiar with his comings and goings?
Yeah, oh yeah.
And how are you familiar with those?
He would tell me that, hey, I'm going to be flying out, here, or I won't be around then, or stuff like that.
Did he make it a regular habit to let you know where he was going and when he was returning?
Yes.
Okay, why?
Well, I remember, because one time he was leaving, and I said he always used to take an Uber to the airport, and this one day I offered to drive him to the airport. So I always knew then.
And was he fairly conscientious with regards to letting you know when and where he was going?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, at this complex that you described as Melrose Place, affectionately, did you do anything together there at the condo complex?
Oh, yeah, we would swim. We'd have little barbecues down at the pool. We even went to the beach together one time.
And did you do that on a fairly regular basis with regards to getting together there at the condo complex?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you go about organizing those get-togethers?
Text.
Okay. And would those texts be individual or would they be group texts?
Both.
Okay. And when you engaged in a individual text with Mr. Schmalbach, how did he respond to you, or how quickly would he respond to you?
Within minutes.
Okay. And was that fairly regularly?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regards to any type of group texts, how would he respond there?
He would text, and he'd probably be the first one to text back.
Now, did you also do anything special for Mr. Schmalbach when he was out of town?
No. I mean, just one time. Not per se for him, but for somebody else
Okay.
that was living there.
What exactly did you do?
I watched the cat.
Watch the cats.
Yeah.
Do you remember when that was, approximately?
Not really. Maybe in June.
Okay. Now, when you said you watched the cats, did Barry actually have cats?
No.
Okay. Who had cats?
Christopher Davis.
And do you see a gentleman by the name of Christopher Davis in the courtroom here today?
Right there in the blue shirt.
Judge, let the record reflect which is identified the defendant.
Right.
Now, when you say cats, did you have contact with those cats when you had an opportunity to watch them in June?
Not to pet them. I remember going upstairs into the condo and making sure they had food and water. And I looked around for them. Couldn't find the one, but the other one was there. And then that was it.
How would you describe their disposition?
Very laid back, chill, just laying there.
And are you familiar with cats?
Yes, I've had a few.
When you say a few, can you tell us a little bit?
Well, I've had one here in Florida that just passed away recently, and I've had him for 15 years. And then I've had, cats before that as well.
And did you never notice any type of harness or any type of leash for the cats in Mr. Schmalbach's apartment or condo?
No.
Okay. Have you tried to harness or leash your cats?
Yeah. And as soon as, when it's your own personal cat, they'll just let you do whatever they want. But once you put that on, that cat rolls over and won't move.
Okay. Doesn't like to be
No.
have a harness on him or a
No.
leash. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also indicated to us earlier that y'all got together at the pool fairly regularly, and Mr. Schmalbach would respond fairly quickly. When he would come down to the pool area and engage in a social situation with you all, did he have any type of forms of communication with him at that time?
Oh, he would text and say, okay, I'll like if he texted me, hey, I'm going down the pool. I text back, I'm going. I'll bring cheese and crackers, stuff like that. That was it.
Did you also notice him to always have his phone with him?
Oh yes,
when he was
phone,
visiting?
wallet, right there on the table at the palapa at the pool.
Every time he was with you all?
Every time.
Okay.
Miss King says, are you almost done streaming today? I just got here. Yeah, well, I'm going to recap the rest of this day. But there won't be too much left. There won't be too much left. I just kind of been bouncing through it. We've been on, a couple hours almost? So yeah, I went early today. Early.
Do you also have what's also known as an iWatch?
Yes.
Okay. Did he wear that fairly regularly?
When he got it, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And do you know why he always wore that?
He liked to walk, so he kept track of his steps and his heart rate and all that kind of stuff.
When you say he liked to walk, what do you mean by that?
He walked every morning, so his schedule was to get up very early in the morning. Once in a while I had walked with him, but then he was going like at 4:30, 5 o'clock. I wouldn't go that early, but because it was getting hot out in the summer.
So he made it a regular habit to go up in the morning and go for walks?
Every single day.
Now, when you said that you were taking care of his cats, obviously you had to have access to his condo. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
when I say his cats, I'm referring to Mr. Davis's cats.
Correct.
How would you describe the inside of the apartment?
Oh, very nice, very clean, tidied up.
Now, did there come a point in time on July 19th? I'd like to direct your attention specifically to somewhere between 8 and 9 o'clock in the evening time. Did anything unusual occur around that time on that date?
Yes, I was off of work that day, and I stayed in, and I was watching some TV, and between that time, I heard something directly right above my unit where I was sitting, because we had, like I said, had the same floor plans. I heard something being thrown up against the wall and heard.
Okay, y'all pay attention to this part because this is what she hears that the investigators believe is when Barry passes away.
I was watching some TV, and between that time, I heard something directly right above my unit where I was sitting, because we had, like I said, had the same floor plans. I heard something being thrown up against the wall and heard, no, no, no.
And did you hear anything after that?
Yeah, a couple minutes later, I heard this noise, and it gave me chills, like the hair on my arms, and it was, like someone losing their last breaths.
Then what happened next?
I just sat there like, oh my God, what is that? And then maybe 10 minutes later, I heard chirp, chirp, which was a car, someone opening up their car. And I, like I said, I know it had to be around 9 o'clock, and I thought, well, that's weird. There's only 3 of us on my side of the building, and they were on upstairs, and like I said, I know they go to bed early, and Mary was downstairs, she don't go nowhere, and it was me. So I thought, well, it's time for me to go to bed. So I went to the front to lock the door, and as I walked by my window, I thought, let me see who. And I looked out, and Barry's Jeep was missing.
And did Barry have an assigned parking spot?
Yes,
Okay.
we all did.
Okay. And you said that his Jeep was missing?
Yep, so I know he left that night.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that Jeep was there before you heard that struggle and that no, no, no?
Yes, it was there.
And shortly after you heard that last breath, you heard that chirp?
Mm-hmm.
And is that when you saw?
I mean, I'm going to say about 10 minutes later,
Okay.
10
minutes later, you went.
after those last, sighs or whatever it is I heard.
Okay. And that's when you looked outside and then you saw the Jeep leave?
I didn't see it leave. It was missing.
Okay. Did you see anyone go inside of that
No.
Jeep? You just heard that the car noise of a chirp of the.
Someone unlocking. Yeah.
All right. Is that the first and only time you ever heard that type of noise above your?
Oh,
unit?
yes. Mm-hmm.
Objection, leading.
Ooh.
Did you do anything after you looked outside and saw that Jeep missing?
No, then I decided to go to bed.
Now, you indicated for us that you're familiar with Mr. Schmalbach's Jeep.
Yes,
Okay. How did Mr. Schmalbach keep that Jeep?
very clean.
When you say clean, what do you mean?
It was never dirty. You couldn't run your hand down it and, say, clean me. It was always clean.
Okay. Inside and out.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for the
All right.
solicitor.
I bet she wishes she did call
Come on.
911.
Let me ask you, at the condo complex, is there like a car wash area?
I mean, you can take it down by the trash cans. There's a hose down there if you wanted to wash it.
Is it, you would see Barry out there, like, detailing this car?
Barry never washed
Or
his car.
Maybe he would take it somewhere and you would just notice it was clean all the time?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so going back a little, the first time you met Chris was at your condo?
Correct.
Okay, and you guys were gonna go to Gasparilla Beach, I guess,
Yeah,
the next day?
Gasparilla Island, we're going to the beach.
Okay, and there was like some group text and it was, come down to my condo and we'll discuss plans for tomorrow?
Correct.
All right, and then Chris shows up and did you already know he was living up there or?
I knew he was living there only because Barry was out of town, probably like a week before, and I saw Chris coming and going, but I had not met him.
Okay, so it's the first time now you meet who this person is and.
Yes,
And y'all discuss going to Gasparilla and then the next day you go to the beach?
yes.
Okay, approximately when was that?
It was Memorial Day.
Okay. All right, and then going forward, that night when you heard the noises, did you call the police?
No,
Okay, you didn't call 911 or anything?
I wanted to text Barry and say, you know, what's going on up there, but I thought, no, let me just stay out of that.
All right, and then, like you said, about 10 minutes later, you heard a chirp, and you look out, and the Jeep is not there?
Correct.
Have a second. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Anything else?
Briefly, Judge. Ms. Anzalfani, are you familiar with who drove Barry's Jeep?
Just Barry.
Okay. You wouldn't let anyone else drive his Jeep?
I drove it once.
Okay. When?
Probably a few weeks before he was going out of town, and we were in the pool, and
Jack, it's outside the scope.
Overruled.
we were in the pool, and he was telling me he was going out of town, and I said, you want me to give you a lift to the airport? Because I always knew he took Ubers. And I always thought it was strange, you know, that he would take an Uber when Chris was living there. Why didn't he drive it? But I didn't ever ask any questions. So he said, yeah, that'd be great if you could give me a lift. Well, the night before, my son needed my car. So then I texted Barry, and I said, hey, I can still take you to the airport. The only thing is I can't take you in my vehicle. I said, but if you're comfortable, I said, I can drive your car. I said, I am insured. You don't have to worry about that. And then, you know, I'll put your keys, you know. And he was like, yeah, perfect.
But he would never allow Mr. Davis to drive his Jeep, is that correct?
I never saw him drive it at all.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Any questions based on that?
Nothing further.
All right. You may step down. Is she released?
She is not, Judge.
Okay. You may step down.
Thank you.
How's everybody in the jury doing? Okay. All right. State, call their next witness.
State would call Bryce Spearman.
Okay, so the investigator is coming back up. This is day 2. He's back on the stand.
7 a.m., I believe.
And Your Honor, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 56. Actually, State's proposed Exhibit 17. Do you recognize that?
And he's going to show some more surveillance of him at Home Depot, or not. I think it was Lowe's is where he said it was at. And then I think Target. And this is today is when we hear the phone call that Christopher Davis makes to the credit card company pretending to be Barry.
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a copy of the receipt for the dolly.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move into evidence States 15, 15A, 16, and 17.
Any objections?
No objection.
Be admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 16?
Yes.
Okay, so we're looking at State's Exhibit 16, which has been published for the record. What is this a view of?
That is the parking lot of the Lowe's at 285 Southwest 25th Lane, Cape Coral, Florida.
And with regards to the view of the parking lot, is there a specific area that you see a vehicle in that the jury should be looking for?
I believe it's over to the left.
And we
As
said
I'm having,
left.
to the screen, I'm having a hard time.
Would you say
seeing
it's
that
going to be
far.
over by that box truck at the very far left back?
Yes, that's the one, yep.
And that is the Jeep of Barry Schmalbach, correct? That's
Yes.
in that back area? If you could play. Pause. And Miguel Blanco identified as Christopher Davis being in this video yesterday.
Back to it's not a question, she's just making statements.
Overruled at this point. It's foundational.
And in this particular image frame, which for the record is at 4 seconds, you see an individual pushing an object. What is that object?
That's the hand truck.
And where does this individual end up walking?
To the Jeep.
Show it again. And this particular individual, does he get into the driver's side or the passenger side of the Jeep when he gets there?
Driver's side.
Okay, now you guys, next. Hold on. What are you doing, kiddo? What are you doing? Are you getting your tablet? Yeah. Okay. Oh, she's blowing bubbles. She needs more bubbles. Okay, so if there were any question about whether this was Christopher Davis wheeling that dolly out, now those questions will be answered.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would publish 15.
Okay.
I'm now showing
Look
you
at
what's
that.
been marked as states 15.
at
This was
that.
previously identified yesterday as being a photograph of Mr. Davis by Miguel Blanco. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury what this is a photo of?
This is the male's checking out at the register.
And
on the
what
way
is
out
he
the door.
holding?
The red hand truck, his wallet.
And I see something on his wrist. What is that?
It appears to be an Apple Watch.
Well, imagine that. He's wearing the Apple Watch that belonged to Barry.
And I'm now publishing States Exhibit 17. And what is the States Exhibit? What is States Exhibit 17?
That is a receipt for a Milwaukee brand 800-pound dual handle hand truck.
And when was it purchased?
It was purchased on 7/20/23 at 8:45 a.m.
And how was it paid for?
Cash.
And I'm now showing you what's been previously moved into evidence as States Exhibit 15A. And for identification purposes, this is the same individual Miguel Blanco yesterday stated was Christopher Davis. And what is this photo an image of?
And that's the parking lot. That's a still from the video we watched of him exiting.
And that is a picture of the same man that was in 15
Correct.
pushing a dolly.
Correct.
All right, we're scooching along to more evidence. These are the license plate readers, is what he's talking about now, is the license plate readers that we heard about in the other trial, the Maxwell Anderson. Remember that? Where different streets in different towns have these license plate readers that will actually take a photo of your car and a screenshot of your license plate. Right, Sherry? No critical thinking skills at all. At all. I mean, he did park. They brought up the point that he parked, there were plenty of parking spaces closer to the store, and he decided to park way out, away from the store, behind a tree. But yet, your mug, your fester looking mug is on all these at all these checkouts, dude. So,
And I'm now showing you what State's Exhibit 14C. And what do you notice about the exterior of the vehicle?
It's clean.
And
Clean
we see
at this
license
point.
plate for Barry's car again?
Yes.
And then what is the timestamp on this?
7/20/23, 12:34.
And based on your investigation, were you able to tell where the vehicle went on the 20th of July between 10:50 and roughly 12:43?
As I recall going through it, I believe it went out somewhere towards Lehigh and then came back into the Cape.
And did your investigation then lead you to a home located in Cape Coral off 30th Street?
Yes.
And do you know what that address was?
138 Southeast 30th Street, I think.
And that's an Airbnb?
Yes.
What is an Airbnb?
It's a vacation rental. Instead of a hotel, you get a house to stay in.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am now showing opposing counsel what's been previously marked as State's
I'm not a smart man.
proposed Exhibit 13 for identification purposes. It was a video that Miguel Blanco watched or identified yesterday as being a video of Christopher Davis.
Okay,
May I approach the witness?
you may.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am now showing the witness what has been marked as State's proposed Exhibit 13 for identification purposes. What is that?
This is a Ring doorbell cam from the Airbnb on 30th Street.
And it's a fair and accurate depiction of what occurred on the 20th at the Airbnb.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move into evidence State's Exhibit 13.
All right, any objection?
Detective, what do you base the fair and accurate depiction on? Like you weren't there, so you didn't know what happened, so what do you,
Just the video that we recovered is what I'm,
and you recover that from what, the owner of the
Yes.
Airbnb?
correct.
Okay, all right, no objection.
You admit it?
And the individual in this video that was identified as, by Miguel as Mr. Davis, is he wearing the same clothes as earlier in the day at Lowe's?
Yes.
Permission to publish State's Exhibit 14.
You may. But is it 14?
Or sorry, 13, I apologize.
Okay.
And for the record, we have now published State's Exhibit 13. What is this a view of?
Driveway from the house.
And we see a
Right wing,
vehicle that
maybe?
is in the middle of the driveway. What vehicle is that?
Appears to be Barry Smallbox Jeep.
And this video was collected, if we look at the bottom right corner, it captures 7/20/2023 at 2022.
Yes.
And what is 2022 in non-military time?
8:22 p.m.
Now, the individual in this particular image, is that the same individual or appears to be the same individual based on clothing that was in the Lowe's video?
Yes.
And for the record, it's been paused at 33 seconds. Are you able to see inside the vehicle?
I can see the front seats, yes.
Are you able to see if anybody is in the front passenger seat?
I do not see anybody now.
So the only person you saw in that vehicle was the person that got out?
Yes.
On the driver's side? And are you familiar with where 138 Southeast 30th Street in Cape Coral is?
Yes, I am.
And where in relation to Barry's condo is that?
Probably 4 or 5 miles, maybe a little bit further. It's off of Santa Barbara. The apartment or the residence is off of Del Prado.
And what did you do next with regards to the investigation?
Was able to track some purchases that were made at locations near the Airbnb.
And would that location be Target?
Yes, Target, yes, that's one of them.
And for the record, I am publishing States 22, which has already been admitted into evidence. And based on States Exhibit 22, it looks like there is a couple numbers that correspond kind of in the middle section. And it says 720 Target, 720 Target. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And those purchases are for how much?
255 and 169.
So based on your investigation, did you end up going to Target?
Yes,
And what Target was that?
2420 Santa Barbara Boulevard.
And is that located in Lee County, Florida?
Yes,
And I apologize, the Starbucks that this card was used at earlier in that day, is that also located in Lee County, Florida?
yes, Cape Coral, off of Cape Coral Parkway.
And were you able to recover still frames and videos as well?
Yes,
And did your investigation later lead you to a Publix?
yes,
And that's based on the 720 Publix, Cape Coral, Florida for 1969, is that accurate?
that is correct.
And were you able to obtain a video from Publix as well?
Yes,
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am now approaching opposing counsel as been previously marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 21, 19, 18, 18A, 18B, 18C, 20, and 20A. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am now approaching the witness with been previously marked as state's identification purposes 18, 18A, 18B, 18C, 19, 20, 20A, 20B, and 21. I'm going to start by showing you States Exhibit 18, 18A, 18B, and 18C, as well as States Exhibit 19. Do you recognize States Exhibits for identification purposes 18, 18A, 18B, 18C, and 19?
yes, I do.
And what are they?
These are stills that were obtained from video that was taken from Target in Santa Barbara.
And
Cape Coral.
the stills in this particular image, are they of the same individual that we saw previously at the Airbnb getting out of Barry's Jeep, as well as Lowe's?
Yes,
And are they wearing the same clothing?
yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence States Exhibit 18, 18A, 18B, 18C, and 19.
Any objection? Be admitted.
And for the record, those are the images that, as well as video that Miguel Blanco identified the defendant Christopher Davis being in yesterday. With regards to States Exhibits 20, 20A, 20B, as well as 21, do you recognize these?
yes,
And are they fair and accurate depictions of a still frame, a video, as well as the receipt that you received from Publix?
correct.
And that's the same individual that you see in both the Target video, the Airbnb video, and the Lowe's video from July 20th, 2023?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence States Exhibit 20, 20A, as well as 20B and 21.
Any objection? Be admitted.
And for the record, these are the videos from Publix that Miguel identified as being Christopher Davis yesterday. Your Honor, the state would publish 19.
If you dim them, can you dim these? No, not now, but I'm saying if you dim them, just dim these above me too.
While the lights are on, we'll just do this part, Your Honor, to save time. With regards to this particular image, and which is for the record, State's Exhibit 18, what is this an image of?
A male walking into the Target.
And that is the same male that you see earlier depicted in all the other videos we just spoke about?
Yes.
And how do you know that's Target?
Well, one, the red bump, the red blocks there, that's standard at that Target.
And this Target is located in Lee County, Florida?
Yes. Cape Coral, it's Santa Barbara.
And we see a image, which is State's Exhibit 18A. What is that an image of?
That is self-checkout, mail purchasing items. It is
And that's the same male that is walking into Target from the previous frame?
correct.
And we also see State's Exhibit 18B. What is this image of?
That's mail at ATM machine there within Target.
And it's that's the same person that's in the previous images as well as in all the videos that we've brought in through this day?
Yes.
And he's wearing the same clothing as well?
Yes.
And you said that's an ATM machine.
Correct.
Where in Target is that?
As you're walking into that particular Target, you would take a right, and there's a customer service area there, and back around the corner. It's back up against the wall in the corner there.
You're at this time the state would publish State's Exhibit 19, maybe half the lights.
Okay.
And this is the overview at Target, the self-checkout?
Correct.
You could pause it. So what is this individual doing at this time?
He's removing a card from his wallet.
And that card you later find out to belong to Barry Schmalbach, which is the Discover NHL Blackhawk card.
Correct.
Okay, is that Barry Schmalbach in the video?
No.
Okay, continue pushing play. Please stop it for a moment. And what's happening in this frame? And for the record, this is at 1:15.
He comes back and makes a second purchase, which is why there's two on the receipt from earlier.
You can push play again. And then we see him inserting something back into it. What is he inserting?
The Discover card.
Pause it. Now, this is a secondary video, which seems similar to State's Exhibits 18B. Where is this in Target?
This is, so that's the front entrance as you walk in, as I was talking about. And as you come through the doors, you make an immediate right where the customer service area is. And in the back corner there on the right, as you're looking at it, is the ATM machine.
You could push play. That's the same individual we just saw checking out.
Yes.
And he's still back in the corner with the ATM machine, is that accurate?
That is correct.
Are you able to see in this video if he's ever able to pull out money from the ATM machine?
I was not.
Can you explain
Chrissy.
how an ATM machine works?
You put a card in,
Good morning.
Put in
good
the-
morning.
code, and if you have money available, it gives you money. Or you can check your balances, or
Were you able to ascertain through your investigation that he was not able to pull out cash from that machine?
I believe that was correct at that time.
And for the record, the state is republishing State's Exhibit 22, as well as State's Exhibit 18C.
Here pretty soon is when we hear the phone call to the credit card company.
So I'm now showing you State's Exhibit 22, which is the Discover Blackhawk record for purchases on that particular vehicle, or sorry, particular car, I apologize. And then you also see State's Exhibit 18, which is below it, and that's 18C,
Before,
transaction.
yes.
Miss Scooch
Where does
pass.
the defendant go? This time is
Let me just
Here we
pause
go.
for just a minute. Is everybody okay on the jury? Does anybody need a break? Let me just pause for just a minute. Is everybody okay on the jury? Does anybody need a break? I think they do.
Okay.
Can we take a short comfort break and then resume? All right, we'll be in recess for about 10 minutes. I'll send you back to the jury.
So, Chrissy, this case, we're not watching the trial front to end, but it's already over. Like, spoiler alert, the dude was found guilty. Just telling you that right now. It's splashed all over. I think they found him guilty like 2 or 3 days ago. He's been sentenced and everything. But what happened is, I'm just doing recaps of it. So what happened is this dude on the camera, his name is Christopher Davis. He's charged with the murder of his boyfriend, Barry Schmalbach. There's no body. There's no body. However, no one has heard from him since, was it June or July? July 19th of 2023. And he's got like best friends that he texts every single day, calls every single day. He had trips he was planning to take, and anyway, nothing, nada, no evidence of life after the 19th of July in 2023. This dude, his boyfriend, however, is caught on cameras gallivanting all over Cape Coral, Florida, with Barry Schmalbach's credit card. And he's purchased a tarp, he's purchased duct tape, he's purchased a dolly, a hand truck, whatever you want to call it. He purchased, I think, a shovel and a pickaxe, all kinds of things. And he rents an Airbnb. Like, this Airbnb that they were talking about is not the Airbnb. I don't think, because if I'm not mistaken, the Airbnb that he rented is later, like later, a few days later, and it's like an hour and a half away. So, anyway, yeah. They're going on a small break. We're going to skip through that real quick. Okay.
Do you ever see him entering Publix?
No.
And what did your investigation lead you to after Publix?
More phone calls, there were several phone calls made during the evening.
And when you say several phone calls made during the evening, they were made by the defendant's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'm permission to publish State's Exhibit 56, and it will be,
Give 56 a minute. Okay.
This dude is just doing it all over the place. I mean, dude bought a whole schmurder kit. Yeah, he did. He's definitely not the brightest crayon, Chrissy. For sure. But, I mean, you have to give him some props because whenever he went and bought the tarp and the duct tape, he also bought some Fairlife chocolate milk. I mean, you can't go wrong with chocolate milk, right? But now look at this. He's bought some wings, 20-piece wings, and a diet tea. You're just living it up, man.
Page 5 of the mobility page. I'm now showing you page 5 of State's Exhibit 56. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And you said there were phone calls made later by Christopher's phone. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And I'm going to direct your attention to line number 115. Right here.
Yes.
What date does this say?
7/21/23 at 1 a.m., but that's UTC time, so it's backed up to 4 hours.
So what the time should be?
Oh, math skills. I believe 9 o'clock.
Okay, and that would actually be on the 20th, correct?
Correct.
And the number that calls this 1-800 number is Christopher Davis's number, correct?
Correct.
And this particular phone number, were you able to investigate and ascertain what that number is from?
I believe that's Apple Pay.
And when Christopher's wallet was searched on the 24th, did you end up finding an Apple Pay card?
An Apple Pay card.
Sorry, a card that corresponds to the Apple Pay.
Well, the Discover card does.
And with regards to line 116, there is another call that would be right after the call. So it would be about 9 o'clock as well on the 20th.
Yes.
And it's to another 1-800 number. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And were you able to ascertain that number is to a PNC Bank?
Yes.
And that's coming from the defendant's phone to PNC Bank?
Yes.
And I'm turning it to page 6 of State's Exhibit 56. Now, there is a multitude of, it looks like, phone numbers from 7/21/2023 from about 1:12 until about 1:44. Those are actually on 7/20 between the hours of 9 and 9:44.
Yes.
And all of the numbers are called by Christopher Davis's phone to 1-800 numbers.
Yes.
And when you did a search warrant on Christopher's wallet, you were able to find a variety of credit cards.
Correct.
Did you end up at a point on the 28th of July finding a wallet that belonged to Barry Schmalbach?
Yes.
And with regards to the wallet on Barry Schmalbach, were there credit cards in there as well?
Yes.
Were you able to look at the credit cards that were in that wallet too?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am now showing opposing counsel with regard to previously for identification purposes in States 54D.
Okay,
May I approach the witness?
you may.
I'm now showing you for identification purposes what's been marked as State's proposed Exhibit D. Is that a picture of the contents of Barry's wallet with regards to credit cards?
Yes.
And that was recovered on the 28th of July?
Yes.
It's a fair and accurate depiction of the credit cards that were obtained from the wallet.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move into evidence States 54D.
Any objections? Be admitted.
Now going back to States 56 and page 6, all of these 1-800 numbers that we see that Christopher's making, are they all in correlation to cards that we see in Mr. Davis's wallet on the 24th of July?
Most of them, yes.
And with regards to 54D, which is the contents of Barry's wallet, are the rest of the numbers that don't correspond to the cards that were found in Chris's wallet correspond to the cards that were found in Barry's wallet?
Yes.
And there were about 8 calls to 1-800 numbers, which all correspond to banking institutions.
Yes,
And they were all associated with credit cards owned by Barry Schmalbach.
yes,
And none of those cards that were located in either Christopher's wallet or Barry's wallet had Christopher's name on it.
no, that is correct.
They all had Barry's name.
Yes,
And with regards to State's Exhibit 54B, there is a blue card, correct?
yes.
And it looks like there is a name on that blue card. What is that name?
Barry J. Schmalbach,
And with regards to the right corner of the blue card,
PNC Bank.
and there was a corresponding call that was made from Mr. Davis's phone to PNC Bank. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And Your Honor, we would reference page 5 of State's Exhibit 56. And we see lines 115 and 116. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And we see that there is a 509 and a 214 number. Does that correspond to an actual phone call that there's conversation?
yes,
Were you able to obtain a phone call from PNC Bank?
one,
I'm sorry?
one.
One. And you were able to give that phone call to the state attorney's office?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm now showing opposing counsel what's been marked as State's proposed Exhibit 24 for identification purposes. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm now showing you what's been marked for identification purposes, the State's proposed Exhibit 24. Do you recognize this?
This is a copy of PNC call.
And it's a copy of what is purported to be the call coming from Mr. Davis's phone to PNC Bank.
Yes,
And that correlates to a card that was found in Barry's wallet on the 28th of July,
yes,
not to any cards that were in Christopher's wallet.
correct.
Your Honor, the state would admit State's Exhibit 24
You
in
object?
evidence?
No. Be admitted.
Now, with regards to this particular PNC Bank call, were there any records on Barry's phone that correlate to a PNC Bank call?
No,
Would it refresh your recollection to look at Barry's phone records again? Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing the witness what is State's Exhibit 55. And it will be page... be pages 3 and 4. May I approach?
Yes.
With regards to Mr. Smallbox, phone records, were you able to ascertain if there was any sort of communication to his phone on the 20th, which would correlate to the PNC Bank call?
yes,
And that's a call in or a call out?
that's a call in.
Okay. And do you ever see on the 20th of July any phone calls out, text messages out, or data usage from Barry's phone? Other than the phone call in that was answered from PNC Bank?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
With regards to that, there's no phone calls that are answered other than the PNC Bank call on the 20th?
I don't see any, no.
Okay. And are there any calls out from Barry's phone on the 20th or corresponding messages that Barry's phone shows activity, sending out, not in?
There's one where it looks like he's calling himself.
But that's the only one?
Yes,
And that's around the same time as the PNC call?
yes, It's a couple
And
hours
with
before.
regards to, the phone records for the defendant, he makes all of the calls to 1-800 numbers. Barry's phone does not make a single call to 1-800 number.
That is correct.
The only call to 1-800 number is from PNC Bank to Barry's phone at or about the same time the defendant's phone is making the same call.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
Okay, and, Your Honor, for the record, may the record reflect I am showing opposing counsel has been previously marked as State's proposed exhibit 23. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm now showing you for identification purposes, State's exhibit 23. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is a copy of very small box PNC Bank inventories.
And Barry Schmalbach had a PNC card only that you were able to ascertain?
He had 2 accounts. We were able to find 1 card.
And Mr. Davis did not have any accounts to your knowledge of PNC Bank?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your Honor, at this time, the State moves ahead and State's exhibit 23.
Any objection? Be admitted.
And with regards to State exhibit 23, permission to publish?
You may.
This again just shows the account as being Barry's account, correct?
Correct.
And then we see an account number. Those are the numbers that are associated with Barry having an account.
Correct.
And the PNC bank call, which was State's exhibit 24, that correlates to one of these accounts, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead.
Earlier, we mentioned when we saw the Discover Card statement, it indicates it went through like Apple Pay.
That was the one for Starbucks, correct?
Okay, and there's, actually, if you look at those records, there's earlier charges from like July 9th, July 11th, one's to Winn-Dixie, and it says via Apple Pay. You recall those?
I was looking at them, yes.
Okay, and so when you were asked earlier about an Apple Pay card, there's no card for Apple Pay, is there?
Correct.
Okay, it's on your Apple
Yes.
iPhone. Someone that doesn't have an Apple iPhone, but you can have the Apple Pay app on your phone and then use different cards to fund that.
Correct.
So then if you're, say at Starbucks, for example, and you use the Apple Pay to pay it, but then it charges that particular card you choose.
That card that's linked to that account, yes.
Okay. And I guess whether someone's given permission to use cards on their own Apple Pay account, you wouldn't have knowledge of that? If
As who's been given permission to,
you use someone's card on their Apple Pay account,
okay.
okay, without verifying from that person, if they did in fact give permission to use that on their account.
I wouldn't,
Calls for speculation.
Overruled. You can answer if you can.
whether there was permission given to that, for that person to use that card?
Yes.
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And also, we earlier saw the photo from Chris's wallet and all the cards that were in there.
Yes.
Okay, and whether he took those cards or whether someone gave them to him with permission, you wouldn't have answers to that. Whether he was given those with permission to use them or he took them, you wouldn't know.
No, I haven't been able to ask the person's name on the card who they were.
Okay. All right, and then earlier, we saw the video and the pictures of the hand truck.
Yes.
Okay, and what led you to the hand truck was, you guys had searched like a trash can,
Yes, we did a search warrant. Trash.
and you found a wrapping for a Milwaukee brand hand truck?
Correct.
Okay, and so it wasn't the credit card records that led you there, it was,
It was just investigations throughout the day.
okay, and finding that in the trash, this Milwaukee brand, and then another detective verified that came from a Lowe's?
Yes.
Okay, and then that led you to the Lowe's and tracking when this hand truck was, I guess, purchased?
Yes.
All right. And then the Cape Coral Airbnb, remember the video we watched on that?
Yes.
And would you agree what we're seeing in that frame is at that point, the mail's leaving the place. However, because it's Airbnb, there's no garage door opener in the car. So the person has to pull out of the garage, go back through the garage, and then come out the front door and leave.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll overrule the objection if you know.
The only thing in the video I saw was him walking into the garage, out of the car and into the garage.
Okay. Did you watch all the videos?
Yes,
Okay, where like the car pulls up and then the person apparently goes through the front door and then later opens the garage and pulls the car into the garage?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overrule at this point.
And speculation, not in evidence.
Overrule.
yes, and based upon the time, that would have been about the time we determined he was leaving the residence, yes.
Okay. All right. And then the ATM at the Target, you said you did or you didn't ascertain if funds were obtained?
I believe that it was not allowed to make the funds. I don't think there was anything on it, on the account.
That was through Mr. Davis' account or an account Mr. Small?
I'd have to go back and look and see which card was actually used on it.
Okay. So it was trying to get money out, but there wasn't funds available?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Any redirect?
And no redirect at this time. He is not excused. We will be recalling him for the next
All
day.
right. All right, so you may step down.
Judge, I do have one quick witness.
Okay. You may call your next quick witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, say we call Ms. Cindy Thomas.
Okay.
Okay, so this chick that's coming up, I think she's the one that works at Starbucks, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's her. Basically, all she says is that they always came in together every single morning, and then on the 19th or the 20th, Christopher Davis came in, but did not what are you doing, child? She's using a paintbrush on my arm, and there's nothing on it. What are you doing? Is that your paintbrush? Yeah. What was I saying? Oh, well, the next morning on the 20th, whenever they came in there, he wasn't with Christopher, and she's like, "Where's Barry at?" And he's like, "Oh, he's on a business trip away somewhere." That's all she was there for. Now she comes back, this girl comes back on the stand, the neighbor. I can't remember what for. It was to verify or confirm something, but I don't remember what. Let me see.
All right, if you'll raise your right hand, we'll face the clerk. We'll have her sworn in again.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
All right, you can take a stand.
Sparkle paint. God. She loves anything to do with art. Anything artistic. She's all about it. She's all about it, except for right now she's letting Poppy lick her in the face.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Hello.
Once again, you're Ms. Sanziltani?
Yes.
You're the one that's saying that testified earlier this morning?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Sanziltani, I'd like to direct your attention specifically to July 20th of 2023. During the course of this investigation, was it asked of you to review a phone call that had been collected for a PNC bank and listen to it and see if you recognized anyone on that particular phone call?
Yes.
Now, you indicated to us that you had known Mr. Schmalbach after he had gone ahead and moved into your condo complex there at 1835 Beach Parkway. Is that correct?
Correct.
And during the course of the time that you knew Mr. Schmalbach, you had numerous conversations with Mr. Schmalbach?
Yes.
So you recognized his voice if and when you heard it?
Yes.
Is that fair? All right. And during the course of time after May of 2023, did you also have an opportunity to have multiple conversations with a gentleman by the name of Christopher Davis, who you previously identified in this case?
Yes.
And you would also be able to recognize his voice if and when you heard, is that right?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel some previous admitted as case exhibit number 24. May I approach?
You may.
Tommy, I'm showing you some previous marked as states exhibit number 24. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, how do you recognize that?
Well, it's Christopher Davis's name on it, and let's see, I don't have my glasses, sorry.
Does it also bear your initials and the date in which you listened to this particular phone call?
Where would that be? Oh, yes.
That's it, right?
Yes.
And this phone call, you had an opportunity to listen to it and review it?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Judge?
All right.
Hi, my name is Melissa. Can I get your first and last name, please?
It's very small, Mark.
Thank you. And how can I help you today?
Just have my card for the phone.
Okay, we'll be happy to assist. Let's start by getting your social security number.
Yes, absolutely. 652-66-0790.
Thank you. And what is the last four digits of the card number you were trying to verify?
0577.
And is it for Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, or Google Pay?
Apple Pay.
And can you verify your address on file?
Yes, 1835 Beach Plaza, AK Court, Florida, 32904, apartment 303.
Thank you. Your mother's maiden name?
Jacqueline.
That's your maiden name?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's been a long night. It's Anderson.
What is your date of birth?
10/15/1960.
Thank you. The phone number you have on file?
Yes, it's 708. 31. Hang on, I never remember my own phone number because it's damn cell phone. I'm sorry. 708-341-0729. 341-0729.
Thank you. And the last piece of information I need is the three-digit security code on the back of the card.
Absolutely. 409.
Wow, that still doesn't make it connect. Okay, looks like it wants me to send you a text message. That number that you provided, is that a valid phone number or cell phone to get a text message at or phone call?
Yes, that's a very fun. But what I would say is I've been having a problem with my text messages. Is there any way I can call me?
Yeah, I can, it should give me an option to do it as a phone call. That way you can put me on hold, grab the code, and then come back to me.
Okay.
Alright, let me just put that phone number in. Okay, and you said you wanted it as a voice call. Okay, just hit that. You should be getting a phone call with a 5-digit passcode. Thank you. Okay, so got you verified. Now let's verify that card. All right, we got it verified. I apologize for this so long. Anything else that we can help you with?
No, that is it. Thank you. And it should be, will it be ready in the wallet now?
Yes.
Oh, it's ready already. Oh, it's amazing. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You too.
Good.
Ms. Sanzaltani, whose voice was that?
At first, I didn't recognize it because it seemed like he was disguising the voice, but when he got excited, when he got the code, then I recognized it was Christopher Davis.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
Question?
You were familiar with Chris from when he moved in with Barry?
Yeah,
And
yes.
you said he came down earlier, you said he came to your condo, y'all went to the beach the next day?
Yes.
All right, and then throughout the time he was there, a couple weeks, you would see him at the pool
Yes.
and talk to him, so you saw him a few times?
Every time we were down at the pool, I would say more than a few times, we saw a lot of each other.
you ever talk with him on the phone?
Not talking, maybe, in a text at one time.
Part of a group text?
No, he was never on the group text.
You never called you, or you never called him, and you heard how he sent it on a phone?
No.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you may step down.
She may be released, Judge.
Any objection to her being released? All right, and you're released from your statement.
All right, thank you.
So we call Mr. Miguel Blanco.
Okay.
Okay, so,
This is 38, right?
yes.
It's 30. Is this 30? That's 30. A.
You may.
I don't remember what this one was, what this surveillance, there's more surveillance. Is this the Ace Hardware? Is that where he's at now? No, this ain't Ace Hardware. Where is he at right now? Is he back at Walmart again?
Permission to publish dates 31.
All right.
So I'm now showing you what's been already moved into evidence. It states 31. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's an ATM receipt.
And is that the ATM receipt for the ATM that is the Walmart that we just watched a video of?
I take that back. That is not an ATM receipt. That is a receipt of Chris loading up his one of his debit cards at the counter.
And that was loaded from the ATM machine?
That was loaded from cash taken out of the ATM machine.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
I'm sorry, what number was that?
That is number 31.
Okay, thank you.
And that shows it on July 21st at 7:26 a.m.
Child wants a snack. I'll be right back. I gotta go grab her a quick snack.
Is that
Correct.
accurate?
This was the second time that he was in there that morning.
Now, in the particular video that we just watched, does Mr. Davis purchase anything while he's there?
Yes.
And what does he purchase?
A long sleeve T-shirt, Chemical Guys air freshener, and I want to say 2 Yankee Candle air fresheners that you'd hang from like rearview mirrors. And the
air
chemical,
fresheners?
yes, yeah, and the Chemical Guy is a spray.
What is that air freshener for? You said the rearview mirrors are like a car?
Yes. The little candles, the Yankee Candle ones where they got the string on them and you hang them from your rearview mirror.
And the chemical spray, what is that used for?
That's an air freshener for the car.
So we see that he pulls cash out from that ATM.
Yes.
And then with regards to the ATM that he's pulling money out, does he end up pulling money out using a Capital One card?
Yes, he does.
And that Capital One card is a card that is under whose name?
Very small block.
And was that Capital One card found at some point?
Yes.
And whose wallet was it found in?
Christopher Davis.
Your Honor, may the record reflect I'm now showing opposing counsel what's been previously marked in State's Proposed Exhibit 35. May I approach the witness?
You may.
May the record reflect I'm now showing the witness what's been previously marked for identification purposes of State's Proposed Exhibit 35. That is what document?
This is a Capital One Spark business receipt or account.
And that account relates to the money that was pulled out of the ATM?
Yes,
And with regards to that particular account, it ends in 5270, which correlates to one of Barry's cards.
correct.
And that card is actually listed to being toward Barry, and Christopher's name is nowhere on it. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence states 35.
Any objections?
No.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
This is states 35. And we see the owner of the account is that Barry Schmalbach.
Yes,
And we see the last four digits, the 5720.
correct,
And then we see the transaction date of pulling money, correct?
correct.
And that correlates to the same money that was pulled out of the ATM by Christopher.
Correct.
So what occurs after he goes to Walmart?
An Airbnb is booked out in Clewiston, Montura.
And can you describe Montura to the jury?
It's agricultural, wide open. If you've been in Lee County long, I kind of equate it to, I grew up in Cape Coral. I've been here about 43 years. North Pine Island Road, when I first moved here, there was nothing there. It was wide open, empty houses, maybe one a block, maybe if that, but a lot more agriculture, cane fields, that kind of stuff.
And Montura is in Clewiston, which is located in Hendry County.
Yes,
How far is the Airbnb, which he ends up renting at 160 Bald Cypress, from Cape Coral? Is it a short drive?
no, it's probably close to 50, 35, anywhere between 35 and 50 miles. I'd have to actually look at it on the map, but it's a good hour drive at least.
Okay, at
Probably
least.
longer, at least an hour.
And are you also familiar with the 1000 block of West Sugarland Road in Clewiston?
Yes,
Is that near the Airbnb?
it's probably 5-6 miles.
Okay, so it's not next door by any means?
No,
And are you able to track the movements that he made from the Walmart in Cape Coral to Clewiston that day?
yes,
And were you able to ascertain what time the defendant got to Clewiston?
I want to say it was sometime around 10, maybe a little earlier, maybe a little later.
And what, if anything, occurs when he gets to Clewiston?
He's on Sugarland, checks into the Airbnb, goes to a couple stores, goes to a bank.
And when you say he goes to a bank, that bank's in Clewiston?
Yes,
And with regards to that bank, is it a bank that Barry had a credit card for?
I don't believe so, no, no,
Is it a bank where Capital One credit card is used?
yes,
And with regards to that particular bank, were you able to view any videos while in it?
yes,
And does the video show an individual who Miguel Blanco, for the record, identified as Christopher Davis on the video, making any sort of withdrawal or purchases?
makes withdrawals.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm now showing the opposing counsel with previously marked for identification purposes of State's Exhibit 34. May I approach the witness?
You may.
May the record reflect that I'm now showing the witness with marked for identification purposes of State's proposed Exhibit 34. Is that the video from the Sea Coast Bank?
Yes,
And that's located in Clewiston?
yes,
And this is associated with the Capital One card?
yes.
Your Honor, permission to move into evidence, or sorry, yeah, permission to move into evidence, State's Exhibit 34.
All right, any objection?
No.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And while we're getting this video queued up, you end up seeing him withdrawing money in this video?
Yes,
And do you remember how much he withdrew?
I believe it was 180.
And is there anything you see Christopher wearing in this particular video?
Same clothes that he was wearing at the Walmart in Cape Coral and what appears to be an Apple iWatch.
We can get the lights again real quick. So this particular angle, where's this camera at?
That's the camera on the ATM machine itself.
So it's actually capturing the person that's punching in the numbers?
Yes, as they're making the transaction.
That is so. Such a bad angle, man.
Now, the card that he was just putting in his wallet, and for the record, that is at. A minute and 22 seconds. Whose card is that?
That's the Capital One Spark card
Okay, and that card was found where?
in Chris's wallet.
And Chris's name is not on that card, correct?
No.
Okay, fine. Your Honor, permission to republish State's Exhibit 35.
All right. You need the lights back on?
Yes, please. So, with regards to line item 2, Seacoast National Bank, Clewiston, Florida, July 21st for $183.50. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Is-
Okay, now we're gonna get into the shovel photographs.
Okay. And it shows the day, which is the 21st.
Yes.
The
Ace
time, which is
Hardware.
10:43 a.m.,
Yes.
as well as Brenda V. Is that the cashier?
Correct.
It also shows, and then we see a second item. What is the second item?
It's a shovel.
And you took photographs of the shovel as well based on the SKU number
Yes.
of the register area?
Yes.
And this is the individual you're talking about right here?
Yes.
Now 36A. Same question, same individual,
Yes. At the register.
and he pays in cash this time?
Yes.
Okay, and what did he end up purchasing again?
The Matic or the pickaxe, the Maddox, and the shovel.
Permission to publish States 37.
Yeah.
May we have the lights as well, please? Now, permission to move freely about the courtroom.
Yeah.
We stopped this at 14 seconds. Is there somewhere in particular the jury should be watching on this video?
On the far side of that aisle, where the glass is, right there.
Okay, so this is the individual that purchased the items?
Yes.
Okay. And the lady in the pink, is that the cashier or employee from Ace?
Yes.
You have permission to stop the video at this point?
Yeah.
And for the record, it stopped at 1:47. Were you able to tell how this individual in the video as well as photographs got to Ace Hardware?
Yes.
And how were you able to tell that?
Outside surveillance.
And how did that person get there?
It was very cheap.
Have you used that type of shovel before?
Have I used that particular model? No. Have I used a shovel that heavy before? Yes.
And what would you need to have a shovel that heavy for?
Dig.
Speculation.
Here, I can rephrase.
All right, I'll sustain this one. Go ahead.
What have you personally used that heavy of a shovel with before?
Digging.
Digging, did you dig in small planters with that type of shovel?
No, that was heavy digging when I was more like when I was in the military.
And when you were in the military, you were digging,
Foxholes, all kinds of different pits, fighting pits, stuff like that.
so that would be excessive for a potted plant?
Yes.
And have you used a pickaxe before?
Yes, I have.
Have you used a pickaxe of the same brand,
The same brand now.
of the same weight?
I don't know if it was the same weight, same general build type,
What do you
heavy
use it-
pickaxe.
What do you use a pickaxe for?
Object to speculation.
What have you, Your Honor?
Overruled is speculation.
What have you used a pickaxe for?
I've used it it's to break up heavy ground, stuff that's hard, rocks, that kind of stuff. But stuff that you can't get out with a shovel, you use that to break it up, get it soft, and then use the shovel.
And did the defendant pull up and also was inside of Ace Hardware by himself?
Yes.
Was Barry with him anywhere?
No.
But it was Barry's Jeep?
Yes.
What, if anything, occurred next?
There's a period not long after that where everything just kind of stops. We don't pick him up again for a few hours.
And when you say everything kind of stops, that's as he's driving to the Airbnb?
Yes.
And how long does it stop for?
I want to say it's about 3 hours, maybe a little longer.
And during that time period, you said there's nothing. So what
Correct.
does that mean?
That it's like the phone was turned off. The stuff that we were able to digitally track was just gone. There was no trace on any of it.
Were there any phone calls made by the defendant out during that time period?
No.
Any text messages?
No.
Any type of data usage at all?
No.
And when his phone came back on, it was about 3 hours later?
Yes.
And was it the same location where it went off at?
I want to believe it was around Sugarland Avenue, if I miss.
And the Airbnb is not in Sugarland Avenue?
No, it is not.
So it'd be closer to the 1000 block of Sugarland?
Correct.
And you said that's 5 to 6 miles away
Yes.
from the Airbnb, excuse me? Where did your investigation lead now?
There was video purchase at the Walmart in Clewiston, which is on Sugarland.
And with the Walmart in Clewiston, do you remember what he purchased again?
Oh, I want to say there was some beauty aids, like a facial cleanse type thing, some stuff like that, and a package of hot dogs.
Did he buy any clothing?
I don't believe so, no.
Is he wearing different clothing in these
Yes.
videos? Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am now showing opposing counsel its previously marked by notification purposes the state's proposed exhibit 38, 38A, and 38B. May I approach, Your Honor?
May
May the record reflect that I'm now showing the witness with the previously marked for identification purposes as states 38, 38A, and 38B. And for the record, Your Honor, 38 has already been identified by Miguel Blanco as that being the defendant in the video.
These are Cape Coral Walmart.
So with regards to 38A and 38B, what are those photographs of?
Those are of the Cape Coral Walmart.
And 38A is what video?
38 is, this is the video from Walmart in Clewiston.
Your Honor, permission to move into evidence 38, 38A, and 38B?
All right, any objections?
I can just proffer. So it's 38 A and B from 38, or it's from somewhere totally different?
Those are from somewhere different.
Different date and time?
No, same date. Different time. Those are from the early morning hours at the Walmart in Cape Coral, the photos.
Still shots?
Yes.
Or from an earlier video we saw?
Yes.
Okay, no objection.
All right, be a minute.
And I'm going to publish 38A first.
All right.
So this is Christopher Davis in the morning at Walmart in Cape Coral.
Yes, walking into the Walmart when he was using the ATM machine, making the purchases of the filter, the air fresheners and stuff.
Okay, and then we see the same outfit at the Seacoast Bank in Clewiston?
Correct.
And then we see the same outfit again at the Ace Hardware, correct?
Correct.
Here's another view. Is that the same outfit as we just discussed in all three of those locations?
Yes, that's the inside of Walmart.
And Your Honor, for the
in Cape
record,
Coral.
that's 38B. Permission to publish 38.
Okay.
And then now, the video that we're publishing, that's from later, correct?
Yes.
And where is this video from?
The video that you are about to show is from the Walmart in Clewiston on Sugarland, and that's in the afternoon. I want to say it's sometime around 4, a little after 4.
So this is after there's been dead air, basically,
Yes.
for
Yep.
3 hours. Now, before we begin playing this, I see a timestamp on the upper left corner that says Monday, July 31st, 2023. Is that the date of the actual date in the video?
That is the date that we collected the video.
What is the date from the actual date in the video?
It was July 21st.
And is there a certain person we should be looking for when they're walking in?
Yes, white male, no hat, tank top. I can't remember the color, different color outfit. More pastel colors, I believe.
Awesome.
Oh,
So that particular individual, that's a different outfit than earlier in that day.
yes,
And for the record, Your Honor, this video is identified by Miguel Blanco as being one of the defendants. And what, if anything, occurred next during your investigation on the 21st?
we were able to go to, there was a Ring camera video of a next door neighbor.
I'm going to stop you there for a second. With regards to Clewiston.
Yes,
Were you able to track to see if anything occurred on Mr. Davis's phone from about 6 p.m. until about 11 a.m. on the 22nd?
it was pretty much dead. There was no usage as far, no phone calls, no text messages.
But there was data usage.
Yes.
Though. And do you remember what the data usage was for?
Lots of different searches. I believe there was some weather searches, some adult sites, stuff like that.
Were you made aware of anyone that went to the residence on the evening of the 21st in Cape Coral?
Yes,
And who was that?
Miguel Blanco.
And he actually went to Barry's address that night?
Yes,
And this is when the defendant was in Clewiston?
yes.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
No further questions at this time.
First thing talked about just this time, you mentioned the gas station, the Daybreak.
Yes.
All right, and then there was actual video that you obtained from there?
I believe they took
All right, sir, if you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony
Okay,
you
I
give
don't
will be the truth,
remember
the whole
this
truth,
next
and nothing but the
witness.
truth?
You can take a stand. You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
I'm Brian Job.
And Mr. Job, where do you reside? Very early in the morning, say around 4 o'clock or so. Could you tell us a little bit about what was going on at that time with you specifically?
Well, it's not uncommon for me to be awake at 4 o'clock in the morning. I heard some noise, and it concerned me because they were doing construction downstairs on a couple of condos that were still damaged from Ian. So my first thought was that, did we lock the condos up down?
Oh, okay. So I think he's one of the ones that hears somebody dragging something.
Downstairs? So I got up, and as I got up and went out of the bedroom, I heard plastic. Then I got concerned thinking, well, surely the drywallers and the painters aren't here at this time of morning. So I went to the front door, opened it up just a little bit, maybe 10 inches, and I heard the plastic. And then within just a few seconds, I saw the person dragging something back into the, where I could see like the back half of them. They were bent over, dragging something, and then I could spot them, their back end.
Now, you said a lot there, so let me see if I can understand that correctly. You indicated that it would be odd for you to be awake at that particular hour, or not odd for you to be awake.
Not odd. I mean, my average hours are, I wake up between 4 and 6 almost every morning. And for most of my life, I worked an early shift. So I guess my clock, kind of stayed that way where I get up early. I go to bed early, so I'm up early.
Have you always had trouble sleeping, sir?
Yes,
Okay. And on this particular day, you also had some trouble sleeping?
correct.
You indicated that you heard some plastic, some heavy plastic being dropped. Can you describe that sound for us a little bit?
Well, it's heavy plastic, heavy tarp, You know, I think most people probably understand what heavy plastic sounds like if it's being drug, if you ever used a drop cloth or used any heavy plastic or tarps.
And you indicated that was being drug?
That's what it sounded like.
And where did you see, when you looked out your door, did you actually see the individual when that particular sound was occurring?
I heard the sound. I went to the door. When I looked out, I could still hear the sound. But then just within a few seconds, this individual appeared, but I only got to see the backside of him.
And are you familiar with the gentleman by the name of Christopher Davis?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Mr. Davis?
I know he was a roommate of Barry's. I met him when he moved in, and he came to the pool occasionally. If we went on a boat, some of the neighbors have boats. I think Chris and Barry went a couple of times, and mainly hanging out at the pool.
So you've interacted with Mr. Davis on multiple occasions, is that fair?
We were in the company together.
So you had an opportunity to see how he walks and how he talks?
Yes,
Okay. Do you see the individual that you know as Christopher Davis in the courtroom here today?
yes.
Would you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
On the corner of the desk with a light blue shirt on.
Judge, let the record reflect this witness has also identified the defendant. All right. Now, Mr. Joe, when you looked out and you saw an individual pulling this heavy tarp or heavy plastic, were you able to make out who that particular individual was?
I wasn't able to make out exactly who he was, no.
And did there come a point in time when you were able to discern who that individual was?
Yes, I mean, what I saw,
Object to non-responsive. Can you answer yes or no to the question?
Sustained. You can ask another question.
What did you see, sir?
well, I
Ooh,
saw
a
this
photo op.
individual and what he was wearing, and he fit the frame of Christopher Davis. And there was only 3 people in the entire building, 3 males that lived in the building at that time, myself, Chris, and Barry. So at 4:15, 4:30 in the morning, you know, and this individual had on black, dark, like athletic shorts and a dark top. And Chris, for all the times I've been around Chris, he always had on athletic shorts, short shorts, and or a bathing suit. That was his attire.
So that which he was wearing that particular day matched what that person was wearing that was dragging that tarp.
Correct.
And what did you notice that person do when you peeked out your door?
They didn't do anything. The individual didn't see me. I sort of got frightened and I shut the door and locked it right away. And my mind was trying to process what I was thinking and what I saw. So at that point in time, I went over to the kitchen window and was just trying to see if I could see anything else. And I couldn't see down into the stairwell because it was all dark. There was no lights in the stairwell at that time.
Why weren't there any lights in the stairwell at that time?
Well, this individual must have,
Judge, I'm object, speculation.
Sustained at this point.
well, let me, go ahead.
We want to let him ask you a question.
Let me re-ask the question, sir. What prevented you from looking into the particular stairwell at that time?
Because there was no lights on.
And is that unusual that there not be any lights in the stairwell?
Yes, there should,
Okay. Are there lights in the stairwell?
yes.
Okay. What kind of lights are there in the stairwell?
These were, I took down all the exterior lights after the hurricane, and we went and bought these, I call them construction lights that are temporary, just a hot and a cold, and you put the light bulb in and they hang there. So, after I went to the window, couldn't see anything. It was a few minutes later, I heard a click or the door closed, so I went and looked, and this individual came up and turned the light on. So then the light comes on. And at that point, the individual came up, and I could hear him go over top of me because my kitchen window is right there above the catwalk over to their place. And he was carrying a black tote with a yellow top, like you see at Sam's or Home Depot.
And did you see where that individual go?
He went right into the unit 303.
Okay. And Unit 303, once again, is that Mr. Schmalbach's residence?
Yes,
And were you able to discern whether or not that individual was one of the same individual that was going ahead and pulling that heavy tarp?
it was.
And did that individual, when you saw him once again with the black bin and the yellow top, were you able to discern, by and through what you observed, who that was?
Yes,
Who was that?
Christopher Davis.
Judge, let the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel some previously marked states exhibit number 25, 25A, and 25B. You wish to approach?
You may.
Mr. Joe, I'm handing what's previously marked as states exhibit number 25, 25A, and 25B. I ask that you take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize those?
This is a stairwell going up to the, this is the first set of steps that goes up to the landing that takes you up to the second and third floor.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict your condo and the landings and stairwell with regards to your lighting fixtures?
Yes.
Same with states exhibit number 25, 25A, and 25B.
Any objection?
No.
Be ready.
Permission to motion?
You may.
All of them. Okay.
Mr. Joe, I'd like to direct your attention specifically to the screen once again. I'm showing you previously admitted as case exhibit number 25. Is that the landing or the stairwell that you're referring to?
Yes,
And those are the light fixtures that were, that you just described for us today as just being a hot and cold?
right. It's like a pigtail type thing that just goes into the hot and cold and gives you temporary light until our lights arrived.
Okay, so basically what you've got there is basically a socket, is that fair to say? And then you put
Yeah.
the light bulb into that socket?
Well, there's not really a socket. There's a hot and cold,
Okay,
wire. The pigtail thing comes with a socket.
okay,
And then you just, put the hot and cold together, plug the light bulb in, you're good to go.
okay. And then you put the light bulb in?
Correct.
Okay. And you're saying that light bulb had been unscrewed?
Yes, it was dark when I first looked down into the stairwell and couldn't see anything. And then some time went by and I heard the car door close, chirp, and I got back to the window and looked, and then he was screwing the light bulb in.
Did you actually see the individual screwing it back in?
I did, yeah, I saw the individual screwing it back in.
Now, directing your attention here to, excuse me, Stacy exhibit number 25A. Would that be a view down the catwalk there towards Mr. Schmalbach's residence, directly above your residence?
Yes. Not directly above my residence,
Well,
above and to the left.
to the left, great, thank you. And 25B. That's the unit in which Mr. Schmalbach resided, 303?
Correct.
And each of the units had those types of hot, cold with the light bulb hanging there without the fixtures, is that correct?
I can't say for certain that every one single unit had one. We bought a number of them, probably 25 of them, and placed them throughout the stairwells and certain apartments, units down by the pool, just so that there was enough light throughout that people could see.
And you did that on your own?
Yes, well, I did it with a neighbor, help of a neighbor.
Now, after you saw this individual screw in the light bulb and proceed up to Mr. Schmalbach's residence with those black containers, what did you do next?
Well, at that point in time, I was actually fixing a cup of coffee. And while I was fixing coffee, I heard the door close,
Which door, sir?
the unit 303.
And then what happened?
And then I went over to the window, kitchen window again, and by this time, I could hear him going across underneath my kitchen window, and he made his way down the stairs. And as I looked down through the window, I could tell that the individual was carrying what I thought at the time was two beach bags or beach chairs that go into the bags that go over your shoulder. I can't be certain if they were beach chairs, but he was carrying something over each shoulder with straps.
You couldn't make out exactly what it was, is that correct?
I couldn't.
Now, did that person ultimately wind up leaving the condo area?
Well, at that point in time, my initial thought of what was going on, and then when I saw what I thought were beach chairs, kind of eased my mind. And I kind of was just sort of like, they're going to the beach or they're going away for the weekend. I think they had just several weeks earlier had been in Key West, so I thought, well, they're going somewhere. And it kind of eased my mind. I got my coffee and went on with my day.
Did you see Barry that morning, Mr.
No.
Schmalbach?
No,
Did you see him going up and down the stairwell?
no,
Did you see him unscrewing any of the light bulbs?
no.
Did you see Mr. Schmalbach going for a walk that morning?
I'm going to object, he's asking the answer, he didn't see him.
Oh,
Did you see Mr. Schmalbach go for a walk that morning?
No.
Were you aware of whether or not Mr. Schmalbach went for walks in the morning?
Yes, yes. There are certain times I would take walks, and there's times that I would see Barry walking. Usually it was at 5 o'clock in the morning, maybe 5:30. It was early. Once in a while, we'd cross on Beach Parkway. He was heading out Beach Parkway for his long walk and trip to Starbucks.
And did he do that on a regular occasion?
He did it almost, as far as I know, he did it probably 5 days a week.
Now, did there ultimately come a point in time when a detective came down and had to sit down with you and showed you a particular photograph?
Yes,
And were you able to identify anyone in that particular photograph?
yes.
So that's the record comes from defense counsel's previously marked as exhibit number 28.
all right.
Commissioner Approach, Judge?
You may.
Joe, I'm handing you some previously marked as exhibit number 28. Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
Well, it's Barry's Jeep, Grand Cherokee Jeep, and it's Christopher Davis standing there, and he's got the same clothes on that I saw earlier. Same person pulling the plastic, same person carrying the tub into the Unit 303.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict Mr. Davis and the Jeep on the morning that you saw?
Yes.
Judge, state would move state's exhibit number 28 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No, not
Be admitted.
Commissioner Polish, Judge.
You may.
Now, Mr. Joe, I noted that when you were looking at this particular photograph, that you pulled out a pair of glasses.
Yes.
Do you have any problems with your sight?
No, these are just cheaters that you buy at the drugstore.
Okay. So things that allow you to see things up close, is that
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, since July of 2023, have you seen Mr. Barry Schmalbach?
No, I haven't.
Have you heard from Mr. Schmalbach?
No, I haven't.
Have you spoken to Mr. Schmalbach at all?
No, I haven't.
Have you had any contact with Mr. Barry Schmalbach since July of 2023?
No, I haven't.
I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
All right.
All right, you were on the board of directors there?
I was, yes.
Is that something you still do or not?
No, I'm not currently.
Okay, and so, and you mentioned changing the lights out, was that part of your duties there, or is that something extra you did?
No, we just, another gentleman on the board, we would do things we could do around the complex to save money, to just help out and get things done.
All right, so approximately, when did you guys put those temporary lights there throughout the complex?
Exact date, I couldn't tell you the exact date that we put them up.
Month, year?
I would say they went up in June of '23.
All right, and then you mentioned you took medication to help you sleep?
Yes.
What kind of medication?
It's Trazodone.
Okay, that, you still would have sleep trouble
Yes.
after taking the medicine?
Yeah, I take Trazodone every evening.
Okay, would that put you out at first and then you'd wake up early still? or-
Yeah, it helps me sleep for 6 hours or so, and then I get restless, and usually I'm up.
Okay, and then you mentioned, would you say in general, back then, that 4 or 5 a.m. time, is that, would you typically go for a walk or just occasionally?
Not just occasionally. I would go on, I'd take it up on spurts, and I'd maybe walk for a week or so and then get lazy, and that was it, and pick it up again, and, just off and on.
And sometimes would you come across Barry and Chris out at early morning hours walking?
I came across Barry a lot more than I did the two of them. There were several times that I did see at like beach or at JC Park, and I'd see them, but I may be, quarter mile away from them.
Do you know what had led to Barry's doing these early morning long distance walks?
He had some health issues. I know he had some, I think it was some heart conditions. He was hospitalized, and when he got out, he took it serious to start exercising and get in better shape.
All right. And then you mentioned hearing the noise, the plastic noise, and the light in the stairwell was out. You don't know how it got off?
No, it was off when I looked down the very first time, and there was no lights on in the stairwell.
Then the individual, you then later saw the individual turning it and fixing the light.
Just turn it
To
real
turn it
quick.
on.
Just turned it, it came on,
Okay.
and up the stairs he went.
Okay. All right, and then, let me get this right. You can't definitively say, like, that person is Chris, but you're saying based on the clothing and how the person walked, you believed it to be Chris?
Well, yeah, I mean, with being, like I said, with being 3 men in the building, and when I saw this individual and what they were wearing, it was typical of what Chris would wear, his attire. So I instantly thought, this is Chris.
Okay. All right, and then you said when you, like, came back in and shut your door, you were kind of scared? Or
Yeah,
frightened? You said frightened.
Yeah, I locked the door.
Okay. Now, you didn't go and call the police or 911 or anything?
No, I didn't.
All right, and then your initial concern, I guess, in the first place, when you heard noises, was because you said you're on the board of directors, and then the place under you was going to be painted or something?
Yeah, they were doing construction work, remodeling after the hurricane.
You thought to yourself, did I lock that door down there?
Yeah, the contractors had a key, but I thought it's strange that I was here in the plastic at 4 a.m., and that's why I went to the window the first time to look out to see if there was anybody taking anything out of the unit downstairs or any activity.
Like maybe you left it unlocked and some person's in there now?
Correct.
So that was your concern? Okay. And then later you hear
Did you get
person,
fair
and you
life?
said kind of go under you, and then you look out and you see them carrying what you believe to be your beach chairs. And that kind of eased your mind?
Well, you have to remember that the stairwell and the window is only 18, 20 inches wide, and looking down in there, and just in a couple of seconds, yes, it appeared that he was carrying, what I thought were beach chairs.
Okay. And that put your mind at ease?
That put my mind at ease that what I thought earlier,
Okay. And then after that, you go on a trip to Orlando or?
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Yes, Edward Palmer.
And sir, where do you reside?
Leave it to the store manager to have the passcode and entrance to it.
The phone system goes in this particular gas station. Did you become familiar with that?
I did, yes.
And was it as user-friendly as some of the newer gas stations?
It was not.
So as a result of it not being as user-friendly, were you then tasked with having to utilize your own phone in order to take photographs of what you were trying to capture in
Yes.
that particular system?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect on some defense counsels from previously marked as exhibit number 29, 29A, and 29B. Yeah.
I did.
And
Okay, so I'm gonna scooch. I know I want some chocolate milk too now. I'm gonna scooch past this part and get to this next part. This gal here is the owner of the home that he rented. That was an hour or so away from where him and Barry lived. So, yeah, she's the owner of the Airbnb.
That the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes,
All right, you can take a seat.
Just watch your step.
May I proceed?
You may.
Would you please state your name?
Roxana Hernandez.
And Ms. Hernandez, do you own an Airbnb in Clewiston?
Yes, I do.
And what exactly is an Airbnb?
It's a property that you have for rental in a day-to-day basis.
And how long have you been using that particular property as a rental?
Since 2021.
And what is the address of the property?
It's 160 Bald Cypress Avenue, Clewiston, Florida, 33440.
And can you describe the area that the Airbnb is in?
Yes, it's like a rural area. Like now it's getting developed, but there is the smallest lot that we have there is like an acre and a quarter, like this one.
And what is that area called?
It's Montura Ranch Estates.
Is the entire area developed?
No, No, there are a lot of vacant lots. This one, for example, it's a house that has a 1.25 acre. Next is an empty lot. To the other side, it's a house, a mobile home. But in the same street, you can have the mixture of a house and vacant lots still.
Can you describe for the jury what the vacant lots look like out there? Are they clear cut?
Not necessarily. Most of them are completely raw, so no one has ever touched it as yet. But some others, depending which, because it's like 4,000 lots in total in the area. So basically, it's now when it's getting a little bit developed.
So it's a very rural area with not a lot of homes in it.
Correct.
And the homes that are there are few and far between?
Yes.
Would you describe the lots in Montero Ranches being, as you said, they were rural and it's kind of raw? Does that mean they're full of palmetto or berries, excuse me, they're full of briars, trees, vines, etc.?
Correct. That's exactly what I mean.
And with regards to the rental, do you live nearby the Airbnb rental?
Yes, my house is just in front of it.
And you've rented the property out multiple times?
Yes.
And you've rented out the property since this incident as well?
Yes.
And can you describe the property for the jury?
Yes, it is 1.25 of an acre. It is completely fenced. We have a mobile home installed there. It's a double wide mobile home, 2021 year from built on 2021. It has 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and the property has a lot of trees. And as I mentioned, it's a fully fenced property.
And how do you describe the property on your Airbnb site?
What do you mean?
It's the perfect getaway for?
The city stress, that's basically a marketing that I have, that it's basically in the middle of the country, the goods, that you can leave the stress from the city. We're really close by from Fort Myers, but we're really close from Miami, Fort Lauderdale as well. So a lot of the clients come from there to have a relaxed time over the weekend or during the week as well.
So you're explaining that this is not in the middle of the city, it's a very...
No. It's a completely rural area, yes.
And with Airbnb, if somebody is going to book it or rent it, could you walk us through the process?
Yes, this is an app that we use. As a host, we just create a listing. We describe the property, describe everything that is in the property and around. And the booker make the reservation through this platform using the app. They should have been qualified and verified by Airbnb before they even can contact me with a request of a reservation. So the customer goes in, gets verified, and then they are able to make a reservation and comes directly to me that this day, this person made a reservation.
And are you able to review both the renter as well as the property?
Correct, yes. Yes, there is a site there where it says that the person that booked, I can click it and see how many stays they had or before, or this is the first time. So basically to get to know a little bit the person that is going to stay in my house.
And they're also able to leave you a review for the property?
Yes, after the stay of each customer, both sides have the same option that I can review their stay and they also review the property.
Did you end up renting the property on the night of July 21st, 2023?
Yes.
And did it get booked that morning at approximately 7:32 a.m.?
Yes.
And the person that rented it was the name of Tyler Gamble?
Correct.
And the information that you received on Mr. Gamble, what did it include at that point?
At that point was saying that the guest was verified by Airbnb, and then that they had, he had like 5 different stays before with good comments. So for me was okay for the rent.
And were you communicating back and forth with this individual?
At that moment, no. I received the reservation. That's the process. I received the reservation. In that specific case, the house was ready early in the morning because it didn't rent from the night before. So when I got the reservation, I sent a text through the app saying that the house was ready, that they can check in at any time, and providing the rules, the codes, and everything to access the property.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am now showing opposing counsel with previously marked for identification purposes as 33, 33A, and 32. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
May.
May the record reflect that I am now approaching the witness with states 33, 33A, and 32. Ms. Hernandez, I'm going to show you these 3 different papers, okay? Do you recognize what is states 32? It's a composite, meaning there's multiple pages.
Yes.
And what is 32?
This is the conversation that we had with Tyler through the app of Airbnb.
And it is a fair and accurate depiction of your entire conversations with Tyler through the Airbnb.
Here I gave him the code. The house rules. My contact info if they need me for any emergency. Yes, it is. Mhm.
And do you recognize states 33 and 33A as well?
Yes. Yes.
Are they fair and accurate depictions of the front and the back of your residence that you use as an Airbnb?
Yes.
And you recognize these as the way they looked on or about July 20th, July 2023?
Correct.
You are at this time the state movements evidence, states exhibit 33, 33A, and 32 composite.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
Your permission to publish 32, it's a composite.
You may.
Okay, so this is through the app, is that correct?
Correct.
And so it says the perfect getaway from the,
City stress.
and it says July 21st through 22nd, 2023. That's the night that the property was rented.
That is correct.
What is this 244.88?
That was the total of how much I was gonna get paid for that night.
And we see a photograph, kind of a profile as well as a name. Is this the renter?
Yes, that's where if you click where it says Tyler, it should open the profile, and you can see what I mentioned before.
And then we see a message from Tyler at 7:32 a.m. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And what does it say?
Hi, I'm visiting family and just looking for a nice, relaxing place to stay while I travel. It just be me.
And it says request received, request accepted. What do those mean?
That means that there is two options on the app that I need to first see the reservation in order to approve it, or they just booked instantly and then I just get the reservation. So in this case, it was the request, send it, I revise it, and then I accept it. That's why it kept the record there.
And you responded pretty quickly at 7:34 saying, "Good morning, Tyler. It'd be a pleasure to host you."
Correct.
So it's instantaneous to your phone.
Yes, it comes to my phone.
And this page, it's at 7:37 a.m. This is giving the address as well as the code.
Correct.
And the house is ready now. You can check it at any time.
Correct. Normally check-in time is at 4, but as I mentioned before, that day it was not rented the previous night, so that's why I allowed them to go in earlier.
And this property actually advises that there's a gate that you're supposed to close, correct?
Correct.
And then you said house rules
Mm-hmm.
and your phone number.
Correct.
And I'm going to turn to the very last page of States 32. What is this page?
That is his profile, the one that I mentioned before.
Okay, so this is a picture of this individual named Tyler?
Correct.
Okay. And it'll say kind of like, hey, prior host, this is what they say.
Correct.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to the middle of page 32, States 32, which is going to be page 4, 5, and 6. It looks like there's some more conversation going on at this point. So
Yes.
what does Tyler say to you?
So, spoiler alert, the dude isn't Tyler, it's this Christopher Davis. And, yeah, he gets like this whole next paragraph that says starts with "Good morning, thank you so much for a great stay." That this is weird. Weird.
It says, okay, awesome, thank you so much. I will go ahead and head over soon.
That was probably after the text that I sent it with the code. Yeah. So he just said that. It was 7:54 in the morning. Yes.
Okay, and he put okay as in okay? Is that accurate?
Yes, he put it like that. Mm-hmm.
And then it looks like there's another message the next day on July 22nd.
Correct.
And what does this message say?
It is saying, "Good morning. Thank you so much for a great stay. I just wanted you to know I am going to get some breakfast and come back and go for a run before going home. The forests are so beautiful and the countryside is so relaxing. I will be checking out by 10 or 10:30. Thank you again."
And then you just responded in kind.
Yes.
And then it looks like he messages you a little bit later as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that is at approximately 8:07 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And what does he say?
It's saying, "Thank you. I'm heading now to run. Now, yay. I will message you when I leave. And your home is very beautiful. By the way, 5 stars from me."
And that's 5 stars referring to a review.
Yes. yes.
And then he messages you again approximately 2 hours later at 10:22. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And what does he say then?
It's saying, I am leaving, thanks again. I wanted to swap, but could not find the broom. I had a great time. I'll be back to see my brother next month. Could I reserve this place for a week and bringing him and his wife? They will love it.
And then you responded back.
Saying, thank you, Tyler. Don't worry, we will clean it out. You don't have to sweep it. You definitely can reserve it for a week. Just let me know the day. So as you know, I can give you a discount for a week. You can do it through Airbnb or directly. This the best you want.
So you have people that sometimes will re-rent the property.
Correct, correct.
So it's not unusual for the back and forth.
No.
And this last page, you said about the identity. So this is the identity of the individual Tyler, that he's been an Airbnb member since 2017 and he lives in Fort Myers?
Yes, that's the information that I receive.
Okay, and identity verified, that's,
That means that Airbnb go through a process to verify that person.
and that's Tyler, correct?
Correct. Rails?
Sorry, page
Yes.
33 or
That one,
33?
On the right side, I noticed some clothes hanging there, so obviously I knew that he already checked in.
And how did you know he had already checked in based on the clothing being there?
I'm sorry?
How did you know he had already checked in based on the clothing?
Because was no clothing before there when I left.
Do you know what kind of clothes it was?
I can tell that it was like maybe shorts or a t-shirt, move from the wall, away from the wall. And it was a lot of debris and little branches and trees in that side. So that was a little bit strange because it was kind of moved away the sofa and all of that debris there that I know it was not from previous stays because we cleaned the house before, so we didn't.
So what she's saying is that when she went to, clean the house out after he left, there was a lot of sand and debris in the floor that's not normal, so.
We know that it was not.
And he had also had clothes hanging out on the porch railing, which she thought was weird because it wasn't like, she said he had only stayed there one night, so it's not like he would have had, washed clothes and hung them out to dry or whatever. So she said that was very weird.
Not like that.
And when you say debris, can you kind of describe what it looked like?
Yes, like little leaves and little like branches from the trees.
Is it consistent with some of the vegetation that is out in the Monterey
Yes,
area?
yes.
And did you notice anything about the area where the couch had been moved?
That was a lot of things there. That the debris was there, but other than that, the sofa just was kind of pushed away from the window, and the debris over there, like I don't know if he put something there or I don't know.
There was any part that looked like there was something heavy, like imprinted somewhere?
No.
How did you end up having to clean that whole area?
Well, I normally take the vacuum and start cleaning it all, but being that it was a lot of debris, I use the vacuum cleaner, but also with the broom, I swap it away. But then my mom calls me because she was already in the bathrooms, cleaning the bathrooms, because she noticed a lot of sand inside of the shower from the main room. So she called me and said, something going on here because this is weird. We've been cleaning and we've never seen this. So I went there and saw it was a lot. In the bathroom, you have the combination of a shower and a bathtub, and it was a lot of sand in the shower, in the floor, and also in other bathtub. So,
Now, how would you describe the amount of sand for the jury?
wow, very unusual, but a lot. Maybe like when a kid gets a bucket and put it with the sand at the beach, that kind of amount like this, maybe inside of the shower. And like the half of it inside of the tub.
Now, during the 11 years that you've been an Airbnb host, have you ever had this situation where somebody had sand all over?
No.
And is this usual for this particular property to have that much debris and sand on the inside?
No, never.
Even after just one night?
Correct, never.
And have you rented that particular property to families before?
Yes.
And small children before?
Yes.
And you've never had the amount of sand and debris?
No.
Did it come to a point where you had to take garbage out?
Yes, we took some garbage out from the house, and my mom mentioned to me that it was some big boxes on the trash can. We have 2 trash cans outside the house that we normally put all of the trash there and then put it outside when the service comes to pick it up. So she mentioned that it was 2 boxes there, so I went to see it, and it was 2 empty boxes inside of one of the trash cans.
Are these like cardboard boxes?
No, those really big one plastics that Home Depot, you can get it from Home Depot, that usually put the Christmas decoration and things like that are really big like this.
And they're black and yellow in color?
Correct, but it was just the box without the lid.
And did you do anything with these particular boxes?
No, we left it there, and on the next day, I believe it was a Tuesday that the service comes, they took it away with the rest of the garbage.
And so at some point, did law enforcement end up contacting you?
Yes.
And were you able to give them the boxes?
No, because the boxes were picked up by the trash service. And when they contacted me, it was like days after they already came, so.
And they weren't able to take any of the debris because that had already been thrown away as well?
Correct.
And did you end up getting a positive review from Mr. Davis on your Airbnb?
I believe from Tyler I got one, yes. I'm not sure.
And the person that you rented the home to was not the person you saw running?
No.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? No further questions.
All right.
Hello.
Right, that account you talked about, did you recognize it said the person had been active for 6 years?
I'm sorry, what?
That the person had been active for 6 years or since 2017?
From the picture of the profile you said?
Yeah, the name Tyler.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the information that was provided to me through the app.
Okay. Did the person ever tell you that it was Tyler's brother staying there?
No.
Okay. But you indicated you saw a person that didn't look like that particular picture?
Correct.
And then you identified this gentleman you saw?
Correct.
Okay. And you saw him when you got the message that the person said they were going to go out on a run? Go out for a run and then leave in a little while?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then after that message, you saw the person coming back, this gentleman, coming back to the house?
No, it was not like that. On the first text that was there saying that he was going for a run, that was, I believe, 8 something in the morning. And I was outside of my house when I saw the person coming from, if I'm here in my house, the property, the Airbnb is in front of it. He was coming from this side, running. So I was outside, I saw him, and I said, oh, the renter, because he mentioned that he was going to be going for a run.
Yeah.
So I saw him, and then he went inside the house. So, of course, matched with what he told me he was going to do.
Okay.
And after that, I received the other text that you just mentioned saying that he said that he was checking out.
Okay. And then later I noticed in that profile thing that you got on there and made a comment that Tyler was the perfect guest.
Yeah, because I didn't have any problem with him.
Okay. And aside from the sofa and the bathroom, the rest of the whole place was clean.
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, in the messages, there was talk about that he had tried to look for a broom to sweep some things up for you and couldn't find it, and you said, don't worry about it. And then you saw the debris when you went in?
Correct.
Okay. And when guests check out, do you normally like move the couch and clean that area?
Yes,
Okay.
every time.
And also, in the clothes, was it pretty hot that day? Sorry, let me go. It was July, right?
It was July. I don't remember how this was.
Okay. And you saw the guy jogging? Okay. And you had mentioned clothes you saw hanging on the railing?
Correct.
It appeared like somebody was trying to dry clothes, maybe?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a dryer inside there?
It is, yes. A washer and dryer.
What day is the trash pickup for?
Every Tuesday and Friday.
Okay. And so do you remember if it was Tuesday or Friday that the pickup was here?
It should be Tuesday because the house was vacant on Saturday, so the next day should be the Tuesday, the following Tuesday.
All right. And you may have heard of this place, but out there in Clewiston, have you ever heard of this Devil's Garden Mud Club out there?
The what, I'm sorry?
Devil's Garden Mud Club?
Yes, I have heard of that place.
Okay, that's a place where people can go and four-wheel and dune buggy, like in mud and sand.
Correct.
Okay. And is that close to where you're at?
I don't know exactly the address, but I have heard that it's close, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No further questions for this witness. We'd ask that she be excused and released.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down and release from your subpoena.
Thank you so much.
All right, so you can call their next witness.
So you would call Brenda Villatora.
Are you ready?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Would you please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
My name is Thomas Wilson.
And sir, where do you reside?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did there come a point in time where he ultimately wound up moving or living in Cape Coral?
He lived in Naples roughly maybe a year and a half and then moved to Cape Coral.
And did you keep in contact with Mr. Schmalbach?
Oh, yes.
How did you keep in contact with him?
2 texts or phone calls, and at one point in time through Facebook.
Now, when you kept in contact with Mr. Schmalbach via phone call, if he wasn't available, how soon would he be able to respond to you?
Within a half hour or less.
Okay. And now, also, you indicated by text as well?
Yes.
And when you texted with Mr. Schmalbach, how would he respond? Or how
Usually
quickly
right
would he
away.
respond?
Usually right away.
All right. And that was something that he did fairly regularly?
Yes.
And that was something that you came to know him to be?
Yes.
Now, are you also familiar with a gentleman by the name of Christopher Davis?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with Christopher Davis?
Actually, he was invited to my Cinco de Mayo party,
And
2023.
and was that Cinco de Mayo party at your residence?
Yes.
All right. And at that particular Cinco de Mayo party, did Mr. Davis make contact with Mr. Schmalbach?
Yes.
And how long had Mr. Schmalbach and Mr. Davis stayed at your particular party?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you see them conversing with each other?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see one leave at one time and one leave at another time?
Yes.
Okay. Who left first?
Christopher Davis.
Did there come a point in time after Mr. Davis left that particular party where he inquired of you Mr. Schmalbach's telephone number?
Not to me.
Okay. Who from? If you recall.
Don't recall whether it was Miguel or Sean.
And as a result of that, was that phone number provided to Mr. Davis?
Yes.
To your knowledge? Now, I'd like to direct your attention specifically to the 21st of July of 2023. Were you in town on that particular day?
I flew in late afternoon.
Okay. And how did you get back to your residence?
Miguel Blanco picked me up at the airport.
And did you go straight back to your condo or your residence?
No.
Okay. Where did you go first?
Went to dinner.
Okay. And then what happened after the dinner?
After dinner, we went to do a wellness check on Barry at his residence.
Why would you go ahead and do a wellness check on Mr. Schmalbach?
We had not heard from him, and no responses to texts and phone calls.
Okay.
And he had had a heart attack previously, like a year prior, and he gave us a key to his condo at that time to do wellness checks that we had not seen or heard from him.
Now, were you and Mr. Blanco the only two friends or close friends that he had here in the area?
Yes.
Do you know of anyone else that he consorted with or was that close to?
He had an uncle that lived here as well.
Okay. And was that uncle here year-round?
No,
How would you describe his uncle?
just as a snowbird. I'd never met the uncle.
Okay. So he would have been here, say, from what? From what months to?
I would say probably October through April.
Okay. So July, uncle's not present?
No.
Okay. So that leaves just you and Mr. Blanco?
Yes.
And you were aware of the fact that Mr. Schmalbach had a heart condition?
Yes.
And how was Mr. Schmalbach taking care of himself?
Exercise, diet.
Okay. And did he lose a lot of weight as a result of this exercise and diet?
Like the way I like to say it, he lost a person.
Okay, very well. And was he very health conscious, obviously, after
Yes,
this
very
hospital
much so.
visit? All right. No, so after the fact that you had this key to his residence and were doing a wellness check, please describe for us what exactly you did.
We arrived, parked in the parking lot. I noticed Barry's vehicle was not there.
I'm sorry?
I noticed that Barry's vehicle was not there. Okay. And there were some packages lying around.
What do you mean they were lying around?
Just packages mailed as far as for his business.
Were they inside of his residence, outside of his
Outside.
residence?
One was down on the ground near the mailbox, the other was outside his door.
Okay, is that unusual?
Yes,
Why?
because he didn't tell us he went anywhere, so obviously it wouldn't have picked up.
So if Mr. Schmalbach was going somewhere, would he let you know?
Yes.
Once again, why?
Why?
Yes.
To take care of his place. We would get his mail for him and take it inside. Any packages that would be lying about.
Did he regularly tell you where he was going and when he was going,
Yes.
when he was coming back?
Yes.
And that's because he wanted to make sure that you
Taking care of
knew his
things,
whereabouts?
Taking care of things, but also we're close friends.
As a close friend, did you also share what were called locations on your phones?
Yes.
Okay.
He
And,
shared his location with me.
I'm sorry?
He did share his location with me.
So you knew where he was at any given point in time?
Yes.
So when you went to his condo on the 21st of July of 2023, was Mr. Schmalbach present?
No.
And what did you do in response to seeing these packages in mail outside of his residence?
Miguel and I picked up the packages. We went to the door, knocked on the door. There was no response. So I opened the door, looked in. I set the packages on the bar. And then I noticed things were just not right.
What do you mean they weren't right?
Barry liked to sit in the dark, and he was very neat and clean. The place was a mess, and every light in the place was on.
What do you mean the place was a mess?
Disheveled. I mean, things lying around, furniture not where it would normally be, that kind of thing.
Okay. And that would have been odd, given
Very
the
odd.
fact that you knew Mr. Schmalbach the way you did?
Yes,
Did that concern you?
very much so.
Okay. What did you do in response after having seen that?
Looked at Miguel and I said, we need to leave.
Did you?
We left.
Where'd you go?
Home.
Did there come a point in time when you ultimately returned to this particular location?
I actually drove by the next day and the Jeep had returned.
Did you notice anything odd about this Jeep when you returned?
Not at that time.
At what time did you notice something odd about this Jeep?
That was later in the evening when we met the Cape Coral Police Department there.
And would that have been on the next day on the 22nd?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm turning the defense counsel to Tracy Martin, speaks exhibit number 2A. May I approach?
May.
Mr. Wilson, I'm showing you what's in previously marked as state's exhibit number 2A. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that was Barry's Jeep.
Okay. And was that the Jeep in the condition that you last saw it?
Yes.
Judge, state moves state's exhibit number 2A in evidence.
Any objections?
No.
Be admitted?
Mr. Publish?
You may.
So, Mr. Wilson, what's odd about this Jeep?
It was very dirty. And Barry was very clean about everything.
Well, if Mr. Schmalbach had a Jeep that was this dirty, how would he respond to it?
Speculation.
Oh, this one if you know. If you know the answer, you can answer.
Okay. He would be highly upset, but it wouldn't be in that condition.
Okay.
To begin with.
Did Mr. Schmalbach keep his Jeep in that condition?
Never.
It's indicated that he was neat and tidy. Is
What
that
time?
correct? You indicated that Mr. Schmalbach was neat and tidy, meticulous.
Yes, very meticulous.
Did that also pertain to his Jeep?
Yes.
How long would Mr. Schmalbach allow for his Jeep to be in this particular condition?
It wouldn't be in that condition.
What condition would it be in?
Very clean. You wouldn't see dirt on it.
Were you aware of who drove Mr. Schmalbach's Jeep?
No.
And do you know if Mr. Schmalbach was the only person that drove Mr. Schmalbach's Jeep?
Yes. He wouldn't even let me drive it.
You indicated Mr. Schmalbach owned his own business. Is that right?
Yes.
And as part of running his own business, was it important for him also to utilize and remain in contact with customers and clients and colleagues?
Yes, definitely.
And would you have been considered to be a colleague?
Yes. Sometimes I would get samples from work for him.
Okay. And when you spent time with Mr. Schmalbach, was he known to always have items of communication with him?
Yes.
What did he have with him?
Typically a watch and a cell phone.
And was he also aware, or did he also carry with him a wallet
Yes.
regularly?
Yes.
Would it be unusual for Mr. Schmalbach to leave a iPhone or his iWatch or Apple Watch behind?
Highly unusual.
Why is that?
As his major mode of communication, especially with his business.
What about his laptop?
That I would not be sure of.
Okay. So, do you recall the last time that you saw or heard from Mr. Schmalbach?
The last time I saw him was on July the 9th,
Okay.
and that was at Cruisers.
And when you attempted to locate Mr. Schmalbach via your phone, you indicated that you shared locations of Mr. Schmalbach.
Yes,
Where was the last location that you were able to determine his whereabouts?
at his condo.
Okay. And when was that?
That was even after the 21st. So I would say maybe up through the 24th.
Okay. And that would have been buying through his phone?
Yes.
And so his phone was
Hey, Rosebud.
located somewhere right around his car.
Happy Monday to you. This is the missing boyfriend murder trial. Yeah, we're almost done. I'm almost to the end of this one. I'm just doing recaps. But we've watched a lot of today, so some of it was really, really good.
Condo.
Yes.
Had you seen or heard from Mr. Schmalbach since July of 2023?
No.
Have you attempted to contact Mr. Schmalbach?
I
That time.
did through sometime in August of 23.
Did or has Mr. Schmalbach responded to you in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Is that unusual?
Highly.
You haven't had any contact with Mr. Schmalbach since July of 2023?
No.
Okay.
This will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I don't know who this
All right, you can
guy
take a
coming
stand.
up is.
And whenever you're ready, you can proceed.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yeah.
Mr. Hewitt, I'm showing you what's previously marked as State's Exhibit number 41. Do you recognize that particular disc?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
And how do you
okay, I
recognize that?
remember this.
I viewed it in your office.
And did you initial that?
Yes, I did.
I
And did
remember
you also
this.
date it?
This
Yes,
is
I do.
very
And
interesting.
is that a video of the entire interaction that you had with the individual regarding the shovel and the pickaxe on the...
So this is the guy that there was a brief interaction between him and Christopher Davis where Christopher Davis was putting the pickaxe and the shovel in a dumpster.
22nd of July of 2023.
That's correct, sir.
Is there any alterations, deletions, or amendments to that particular video?
No, sir.
That fairly and accurately depicts your interaction with that person.
That's correct.
Judge, take move 41 in evidence at this
Any,
time.
any objection? You admit it?
Permission published, Judge?
You may. Do you need the lights dimmed?
I do not, Judge. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Hewitt, I'd like to direct your attention specifically to the screen to your right.
Mm-hmm.
How sketchy is that?
Okay, let the record reflect. I'm pausing it there at 52 seconds on the video screen. Mr. Hewitt, the individual that just walked out of that building with the blue polo shirt, is that you?
That's correct.
And is that the point in time in which you exited the building to confront the individual who was dumping the items there in the dumpster behind?
That's correct.
Where in relationship to your building is that dumpster?
It's probably about 30 feet from the building.
Where were you at the time that you began watching this video and saw this particular SUV pull up? When did you start watching that, and where were you at the time?
My office is just inside that door, approximately 20 feet inside the door. And the monitors are right directly across from my office.
So when you saw this this particular SUV pull up, did you immediately get up and go outside, or did you watch to see what he was doing first?
No, I did watch it for a moment to see what he was up to. I didn't know who it was that pulled in with the SUV.
And is it fairly commonplace to see cars like that pull up behind your building?
Yes, because a lot of people will come in to get cardboard boxes that have been discarded, which we have no problem with them doing that. Those dumpsters are recycled dumpsters, and they have cardboard boxes primarily, you know.
Okay. So tools like, say, shovels and pickaxes don't belong in there?
That
right?
did not. So that brought it to my attention.
All right. And what are you doing here?
That was, I think I was having him take the stuff back out that was in the dumpster, if I recall. Because there was a shovel, a red-handled shovel, I think that he had not yet discarded, and a yellow-handled pickaxe.
Then you just left him to go back into his SUV, and you went back into the building?
Correct.
Now, that pickaxe that was left there by the dumpster, that was ultimately collected and placed in your office, was it not?
That's correct, but it was after I had already left for the day.
And you had seen that particular pickaxe when it was laying there against the dumpster, correct?
No, sir. I thought he had placed it back in his vehicle when I turned away from him and walked away. I didn't know it had been left behind.
And when you came in the next day, you did note that there was a pickaxe that was located in your office?
That's correct.
And that was similar to the one that he was trying to discard?
Also correct, sir.
Now, sir, I'm going to show you what's previously marked as Exhibit 42. Do you recognize this item right here, sir?
It looks exactly like the same thing that he was holding.
And would that have been similar to the actual pickaxe that was inside your office?
That's correct.
Hey, Sheree.
I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
All right.
Afternoon. All right, so when you're first coming out of there, you see on the video, it looks like there's a dumpster to your left. Is that like a trash dumpster?
That's the trash dumpster, yes, sir.
Okay, and then, so then the one that person was trying to put things into is a cardboard dumpster?
That's correct.
Okay. And so number one, you don't want people using your dumpsters, but number two, throwing things in the cardboard recycle dumpster.
Well, actually, we can get in trouble with the waste company if we do put garbage in on the cardboard.
Okay, because they come to collect it and then there's metal or whatever in there.
Right.
All right, and you indicated you thought the person had taken the items back as you were walking in, and
That's correct.
then were you surprised to see this item the next day in your office, wondering what is this, where'd this come from?
I did ask. I asked, I don't recall who, but I did ask you, what is this doing here? And they said it was left behind. And that was the end of my connection with it.
Some guy, Dante Anderson, that worked there?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I have nothing for this witness, Judge. Thank you.
All right, you can sit down, sir. And is he excused, or do you want to?
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
All right, any objection? All right, sir, you're excused from your subpoena. You may call your next witness.
Bryce Spearman?
Okay, now that detective is coming back up.
Number he called? Was it 911?
No, he called a non-emergency number.
Is there a difference between a 911 call and is attempting to hide their identification?
It can be, yes.
And this regards to that text message, when you requested the victim's records for the back and forth with text messages, was the particular text message an incoming text message to Barry's phone?
Yes.
And the number that was there, were you able to look and to see whose number that was?
Yes.
And whose number was it?
It was, as I recall, it was what we call a non-VoIP number.
What does that mean?
It is a phone number that's assigned by, it's basically an internet phone number. There's no physical activity, no physical address, no subscriber information, anything like that. You can actually get it through the internet.
So during the course of your career at Cape Coral Law Enforcement, did you ever have to deal with VIOPs?
Yes.
And when are VIOP numbers used?
Usually when I'm dealing with them, they're involved with some kind of harassing phone calls. Someone's trying to make contact with someone without letting them know who they are, type thing.
So it's not an assigned number.
Correct.
We hear sometimes about swatting incidents or spoofing incidents. Have you heard of those before?
Yes.
And what are those?
Basically the same kind of thing, but those involve getting law enforcement involved as far as swatting and stuff. Is calling in a threat at an address, and it comes from a number basically through the internet.
And it's a VIOP number usually that's
Yes.
used? So would you characterize the VIOP number as a phone number that somebody is attempting to hide their identification?
It can be yes.
And this particular message was a message that was received into Barry's watch?
Yes.
And at no point did Barry respond to that message based on the records?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And at no point after July 19th at approximately 8:30, was there any sort of communication from Barry's phone out?
No.
It was only incoming.
Correct.
Now, did you get a chance to also make it aware that not only did the defendant make a missing persons report, but Miguel did as well?
Yes.
And prior to the defendant making a missing persons report that day and Officer Daniel Lilly showing up to take said report, were you able to find out what the defendant did?
He had stopped, based on our investigation, he had stopped at the hardware store in Cape Coral.
And we say you stopped at the hardware store in Cape Coral. What do you mean by that?
Ace Hardware off of Cape Coral Parkway, about the 1000 block.
And were you able to see an incoming text message, or excuse me, incoming phone call or text chain with Miguel Blanco and the defendant on or about July 22nd, 2023?
Yes.
And did that happen before the defendant went to the Ace Hardware?
Before.
Okay. And during that conversation, it was a conversation between Miguel and Chris, and Miguel later did a missing persons report.
Correct.
And what did you, if anything, did you see with regards to the Ace Hardware?
A male driving up in Mr. Schmalbach's vehicle, getting out and trying to get rid of items.
And when you
In
say
the
items,
dumpster.
what do you mean?
Tools, look like shovels, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Similar to the shovel and the pickaxe that you took a photograph of from the Ace in Clewiston?
Correct.
And approximately what was the time range between the Ace in Clewiston and the dumping of the items in Cape Coral?
That would have been 25, 26, 27 hours, somewhere in
For
there.
a day?
Yeah.
And after the video at Ace Hardware shows him trying to get rid of items, that's when the defendant made the missing persons report? It was afterwards?
Yes.
And based on the defendant's records, were you able to find out that he did in fact call to do a missing persons report?
He called in a call. I don't believe there was an actual missing persons report taken until later that evening.
And with regards to the call, do you remember what type of number he called? Was it 911?
No, he called a non-emergency number.
Is there a difference between a 911 call and a non-emergency number?
911 call gets you directly to an emergency dispatcher. A non-emergency number, they take you as you come in an order.
Do you usually get missing persons reports through 911?
It would depend.
And was there an actual recording of the non-emergency call that the defendant made that day?
All our incoming calls are recorded.
Do you remember what the time difference is from when the defendant is disposing of the shovel and the pickaxe to when he contacts the non-emergency number?
I'd have to verify, but I think it was a little over an hour.
And once the phone call is made to the Cape Coral Police Department non-emergency number, an officer arrives to speak with the defendant?
Yeah.
And is this conversation recorded
The conversation between
between the officer and the defendant?
Yes.
And that's recorded on what is known as a BWC?
Correct.
What is a BWC?
It's a body worn camera.
Is that something that all of the patrol deputies are assigned?
Correct, yes.
Now, were you assigned one that you used to have to wear as a detective?
As a detective, no.
so-
I had one if I was working details, off-duty details in uniform.
So it's predominantly only for patrol deputies?
Correct. SROs, anyone in uniform.
There's not
traffic.
a body worn cam that was attached to you during the course of your investigation unless there was a uniformed officer?
No.
And did you end up finding out later that day if Chris did anything else? Such as reviewing different websites or alternatively the Airbnb?
I believe there was some back and forth between the Airbnb as far as the review. And just checking websites, I'd have to go back and look and see all of the confirmation of which ones were there.
And did you end up talking to neighbors as well that spoke to Christopher that evening?
Yes.
And I know that on day one, we discussed the cell phone records of the defendant calling Barry. Did he call Barry before he reported him missing?
Yes.
And he approximately called him 18, 19 times between the night of the 19th the morning of the 20th until the 22nd?
Yes.
And can you explain for the jury how those calls show up on his phone?
They actually show up, just like that first day that we did it. They come in.
Leave it alone, baby. So, what in the world? Patricia says, Tin Cup Chalice, by the way, is Patricia. She says, someone hit my car on Thursday and I tried to call the non-emergency line and it was impossible to get through. I called the police and they said they wouldn't come. Your car is likely totaled. Are you for real? Lord have mercy. So they hit it while you weren't in it, right? Oh, I just wanted some red beans and rice and I was going to the store and she hit me. Lord, Lord, Lord. That's awful. I'm so sorry. Are you okay though? I mean, apparently you were in the car. Yeah, Margaret says, did you get information on the driver? Their mommies. I would have ended up, I mean, did you end up calling 911? I'm okay. We were going about 40. I'm still waiting for the insurance adjuster to call me. Oh my gosh. Wow. I'm sorry, honey. Scary. Scary, scary, scary.
To the phone number or the watch. Then the watch transfers them to the phone, and then they're call forward, not answered. None of them are answered.
So the best way to say it would be watch,
Lord have
watch,
mercy.
phone, call
So
forward,
stupid.
phone.
Correct.
So the watch and the phone are pinging off of each other and nobody answers it.
Correct.
And this happens over and over again.
It slows up as the days go on.
Now we say it slows up as the days go on. After he's reported Barry missing, does he continue calling the phone number?
Doesn't call it again.
Does he ever text it?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So at no point after he's reported him missing, are there any communications between the defendant and Barry's phone?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No phone calls out?
No.
No text messages out?
No.
And are you aware if Cape Coral was able to recover a pickaxe from Ace Hardware and Cape Coral?
Yes.
And that pickaxe was collected by Cape Coral and was brought to court today?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review what has been previously identified as State's Exhibit 42?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move the evidence, State's Exhibit 42.
Any objection?
Judge, I object in that the last witness had indicated he didn't even know it was left there. And the next day, just some item that shows up in his office. And then some
All right, well,
employee
okay,
tells-
approach.
photo, you noticed the Jeep, I guess, had some dirt near the front wheels?
Yes.
All right. And in your investigation, did you ever learn if the Jeep or the defendant had gone to a place in Clewiston for 4x4 and off-roading called Devil's Garden Mud Club?
I did not.
Okay. And through your investigation of Mr. Smallback, did you ever learn anything about some scam he had been involved with the Grindr app and some other gentleman getting money from him?
I don't know if it was through a Grindr app. I know that there was a police report that had been filed for someone taking money from him in South Carolina.
Okay. And you mentioned the VOIP. Do you know if like a non-VOP number was used in that situation?
I do not know. I don't know if it was or not.
Thank you.
No further questions for this witness. May he be retained?
Yes. All right, sir, you may step down, but you're not released from your seat.
So you'd like to call Mr. Miguel Blanco?
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, sir, you were previously sworn in, so you're under oath, and you can take a stand.
You know this guy's
Good afternoon
thinking,
once
why
again,
can't
sir.
you just
Good
get it
afternoon.
all?
Please state your name for the record.
Why can't you just get everything that you need from me all at one time? Why do I have to keep coming back?
Miguel Blanco.
Mr. Blanco, I'd like to direct your attention specifically now to the 22nd of July of 2023. From the point in time after you heard the voicemail from Mr. Schmalbach, had you heard anything further from Mr. Schmalbach?
No.
As a result of having heard that voicemail from Mr. Schmalbach seeking your help in getting rid of Mr. Davis, what did you do in response to that?
Could you repeat it? Sorry.
Yeah, after you received that voicemail from Mr. Schmalbach seeking your help to get rid of Mr. Davis.
Oh, Lord, Patricia says she's got to crawl now. Get in her back seat and crawl through to the front. Real humbling, let me tell you. I mean, it's not so bad when you're at home, but when you have to, like, do it in the Walmart parking lot, yeah. Or at work. God. Yeah, good idea on the dash cam, too.
Did you ultimately try to reach out to Mr. Schmalbach?
I called him and I texted him, but didn't get a reply.
Exactly, Margaret.
And how many times would you say you did that?
No, probably 4 or 5 times, and text him. I sent the last messages were 6 messages I sent.
Did he respond to any of those calls?
No.
Did he respond to any of those texts?
No.
Was that unusual?
Yes.
Why?
Because he always replied to me right away.
So we learned that on the 21st of July, you and Mr. Wilson had gone to Mr. Schmalbach's residence. Is that right?
Yes.
And as a result of having gone to that particular residence, did you ultimately follow up with Mr. Davis on the 22nd of July of 2023?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
I texted him.
And when you reached out to Mr. Davis, did he indicate to you where Mr. Schmalbach was?
He said he thought he was with me and Tom because they had gotten in an argument and he left and said he was going to be with friends.
And did that sound unusual to you?
Yes.
What did you do in response?
I told him that he had to contact the police because that was unusual and I hadn't heard from him.
And did these text messages take place later on that morning?
Yes.
Okay. So right around 11 o'clock or so?
Yes.
So did you ultimately wind up contacting law enforcement?
Yes.
And when was that?
That same day, that afternoon, and then 2 officers met me at the condo.
You actually went over to the condo that evening?
Yes.
And when you were at the condo that evening, did you notice anything unusual outside?
Yes, the Jeep had mud on it.
And was that unusual to you?
Yes.
Why?
Because he always kept the Jeep clean.
And was it ultimately brought to your attention whether or not the Jeep was locked or not? If you remember.
I don't remember.
Would you have been shocked if you saw that the Jeep was in fact unlocked?
Yes.
Okay. Irrelevant.
Ooh.
Were you aware if anyone else was ever allowed to drive that vehicle besides Mr. Schmalbach?
No.
And as a result of not having heard from Mr. Schmalbach, did you ultimately go ahead and file a missing persons report
Yes, sir.
regarding your friend, Mr. Schmalbach?
Yes, sir.
Since July of 2023, have you seen Mr. Schmalbach?
No, sir.
Since July of 2023, have you heard from Mr. Schmalbach?
No, sir.
Have you spoken to Mr. Schmalbach since July of 2023?
No, sir.
Have you had any contact whatsoever with Mr. Schmalbach
No,
since
sir.
July of 2023?
No, sir.
Is that unusual?
Yes.
Why?
Because he usually replies right away if we contact him.
All right, if you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, you can take the stand.
I think this gal is the 911 operator.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Would you please state your name?
Samantha Drake.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Cape Coral Police Department as a telecommunicator dispatcher.
What is an intel communicator or dispatcher?
A telecommunicator is a dispatcher or a call taker. So we take incoming calls, dispatch calls.
Would that include emergency calls as well as non-emergency calls?
Correct.
And how long have you been a dispatcher for?
In total, about 11 years.
And are you aware of the system that Cape Coral Police Department uses to record either 911 calls or non-emergency phone calls?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with that system?
I've been working with it for 11 years.
So you've received training on how to use it as well as the fact that all calls are recorded?
Correct.
And were you working in your official capacity on or about July 22nd, 2023 at 1:19 p.m.?
Yes.
And what is the difference between a 911 line and a non-emergency line?
911, you just call directly to 911. You get a 911 dispatcher. Admin line is typically for non-emergency calls.
And did you receive a non-emergency call from later somebody who became known to you as Christopher Davis at 1835 Beach Parkway?
Yes.
And when you received that call, what, if anything, did you do?
I started entering a call, asking questions, just going through typical day-to-day things.
In that particular call, the individual was addressing the fact that his boyfriend had not been heard from.
Correct.
And was this entire call recorded?
Yes.
And was a unit dispatched to the location of the call?
Yes.
And were you able to see the actual dispatch notes with where the person went?
Yes, to the address.
And the person that ended up going to the address, was that Officer Daniel Lilly?
I believe so, yes.
And what information is relayed to the officers based on that call?
So usually we put in any pertinent information, so anything that's discussed in the call that we feel that they might need.
Being a dispatcher for the last 11 years, have you taken missing persons reports before?
Yes.
If you could gauge, how many do you think you've taken?
I would have to say over 100, I mean, even more than that. Yeah.
And this particular call, does it stand out at all to you?
Yes.
And why?
Just because of it coming in on a non-emergency line and for the information that was being relayed.
And when you say the information that was being relayed, how would you characterize that information?
It just seemed rather odd.
Okay, speculation.
Your Honor,
Overruled at this point.
Your Honor, may the record reflect I'm now showing opposing counsel was previously marked as State's Exhibit 43 for identification purposes. May I approach the witness?
You may.
May the record reflect that I'm now showing the witness was previously marked as State's proposed Exhibit 43. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And how do you recognize this?
That is the recording of my phone call.
And is this a signature on it?
Yes.
Whose signature is that?
That's my signature.
And there is a date underneath, above it, excuse me, as well. Is that also the date that you listened to this call?
Yes.
And has this call been altered or changed in any way since you first listened to it when the defendant called the non-emergency?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move into evidence, State's Exhibit 43.
Just approach, or, sorry, object is hearsay.
Your Honor, submission by the opponent.
That falls under the.
I'll let you approach.
Oh yeah, and I think Prime Day starts what, the 8th of July, like 8th through the 11th. Ooh.
The public?
You may.
while my co-counsel cues this up real quick, you said it sounded odd, the conversation that you were given.
Yes.
Was there not enough information given?
No, a lot of the times for a missing person, the person reporting is, pretty concerned with giving description, or it just seemed more so that it was, that he was still, doing normal activities and making it seem like he wasn't really missing.
Hi, Samantha. I'm calling. I need to follow up with police report. Missing persons report?
Okay, are you in Kid Form?
Yes. My boyfriend, I haven't heard from him in a few days.
Oh, hold
He
on.
did
Let me
tell
go
me that
back.
he wanted some space and he
Let me
needed
go
a few
back,
days.
rewind this, and
But
put it
his
in
friends
normal
haven't
speed.
heard from him, and I'm concerned. I wasn't trying to be nosy, but he left his Apple Watch here, and messages have come in. Apparently, he had an Italian dinner with someone.
Let me rewind it. Sorry, guys. I wanted to put it on normal speed.
Hi, Samantha. I'm calling. I need to follow up with police report. Missing persons report?
Okay, are you in Kid Form?
Yes. My boyfriend, I haven't heard from him in a few days. He did tell me that he wanted some space and he needed a few days, but his friends haven't heard from him, and I'm concerned. I wasn't trying to be nosy, but he left his Apple Watch here, and messages have come in. Apparently, he had an Italian dinner with someone last night.
Okay.
But I need to file a missing police report. He's not responding. Hello?
I'm here, I had to dispatch a call. So you said that he had messages coming in last night, so he was on his phone?
I don't know. I don't see what he typed. It's an Apple Watch. A message popped in from a 23 number, and it said, "How did you feel about that Italian dinner last night? How about Chinese tomorrow?"
Okay. So clearly he's still talking to people, correct?
Yes, but his other friends have not heard from him. His friend Miguel has not heard from him, and I have not heard from him. He did message me and tell me that he wanted space for a few days,
Right.
but he's not responding. I mean, and I don't want to sound stupid because, yes, he's done this before, but he's never not talked to his friends, you know?
Okay. But he's still going out and having dinner. So he's
I
not,
guess he's not coming
missing.
here.
Okay. So what is your address?
1835 Beach Parkway.
1835
Does
Beach
this sound-
Parkway?
Yes, 1835 Beach Parkway, apartment 303.
Okay. And what's your name?
My name is Christopher Davis.
And what's your telephone number?
239-851-9567. I already tried calling the Lee County Sheriff's Department, and they sent me over here to you. Does this sound like
Okay,
something
give me 1 second.
I'm sorry. I really honestly wasn't even worried until his friend messaged me today, and his friend was like, "Hey, we haven't heard from Barry in a few days." Sorry, I got a text message from my friend now. So we haven't heard from Barry in a few days, and someone came in our house and put packages on the counter. So I think he was here last night because there's packages on the counter, but I don't.
Okay, so I'll have an officer come out and meet with you. It doesn't sound like he's missing if he's still coming and dropping stuff off and having dinners. But what is his name?
Barry Schmalbach,
Can you spell that for me, please?
SCHMALBACH.
And the last name?
Oh, sorry. So the last name is Schmalbach.
Okay, what's his first name?
Barry, B-A-R-R-Y.
Okay, do you know his date of birth?
Yes, it is 10-15, the year is
1966?
Yes.
Is he white, black, Hispanic?
He's white. He's 6'4". He's probably 220 pounds.
And his hair color?
White, well, blonde, but he's got the blonde. It's white, really.
Okay, and his eye color?
Blue.
And what's his phone number?
Oh, hang on, I have to look. Sorry, hang on. There we go. So, 708-341-0721.
Okay. All right, so I have a call in and I'll have the next civil officer come out and meet with you, okay?
All right, thank you so
All
much.
right, you're welcome.
No further questions.
All right. Vince?
No questions.
All right, you can step down.
Thank you.
Is she released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
All right, you're released from your subpoena as well. All right, we're all good to come back to.
All right, so that's it for today. Or that was it for day 2. So, anyway. Thanks for hanging out with me. I'm going to scooch out of here because I got to go get ready. Got to get kiddo some lunch, get me something to eat. And then I have a doctor's appointment at 4 o'clock. So, I'm going to scooch, but thanks for hanging with me. I plan to be back on Wednesday to do some more recap of this. Unless something more important pops up. True crime related. So, we'll see. Good to see you too, Patricia. I'm sorry that you had that happen. That sucks. Oh, and what before we leave, can everybody in the room tell Morgana happy birthday? Can everybody tell Morgana happy birthday? Happy late birthday to you. Happy late birthday to you. Happy late birthday, allegedly, to Morgana. Happy late birthday to you. Love you, Morgana. Actually, I'm nicknaming Morgana Scotty. I'm gonna nickname Morgana Scotty. Cause I had yeah. She apparently her name is Scotty. One of the gifts that I sent said happy birthday Scotty on it, and I didn't know it. Anyway. Yeah. So funny. All right, kiddo, she just stomped her foot at me. No to Scotty. Okay. Happy birthday, sweet Gana Gana Fee Fi Fo Gana. All right, I'll see you guys back on Wednesday. Hope you have a great day tomorrow and a great rest of your day today. I love you guys. I'll see you later. Bye.